September 1st, 1945. The Japanese surrender aboard the battleship Missouri. At the subsequent Potsdam Conference, decisions are made that will impact countries around the world. One such country is Korea. The 38th parallel is carelessly accepted as an artificial dividing line between the agricultural territory of South Korea and the industrial area of the North. South Korea is occupied by American troops, the North by a Russian army. Long oppressed Koreans cheer the promise of Korean independence and unity. In August 1948, a free election is supervised by the United Nations. However, only the South Koreans vote. The Soviet government forbids the voting in North Korea, the area under its iron fist. Then, suddenly, in the pre-dawn darkness of June 25th, 1950, South Koreans were jarred awake by a living nightmare. Unprovoked and unannounced, the world's latest war of conquest had begun.
7 o'clock, the phone rang, and the words were, "Laurie, there's trouble on the line. You better check it out." It was Major Hammond. So I went outside, jumped my Jeep, and took off. We headed for the parallel. I went on right past our battalion headquarters in Ho Chi Minh and kept on going. And all at once I heard the rumble and the thud of artillery, and I looked up in front of me, and here's these big puffs of smoke. And I put on the brakes and came to a sliding halt, and I thought, gee, I better get up and see what's up there. So I got out of the Jeep, climbed up the side of a hill, and started looking in the direction that I could hear all this noise. And before I knew it, here was some shells landing right in the foreground on the road and approaching where I had my Jeep parked. Well, I slid down the thing as fast as I could, jumped in the Jeep. By this time, it was machine gun fire. You could hear it zipping in the air, and these rounds were coming awfully doggone close, so I poured on the coal and we headed south. Well, we were about a half a mile from camp, or that is from town, when I met the whole column, 2nd Battalion, that was designated my outfit, on their way up the middle of the road, carrying their weapons. They were never heard from again. So I got back in the Jeep, we went downtown, and there was a big fire tower there. I decided, gee, that's a good place to observe. So like a dumb fool, I climbed this fire tower. It must have been 35 feet tall, it's made out of bamboo. And I was able to see things pretty well from there. I could see about 2 miles straight up the road. And all at once I hear a clamor, a bunch of horns, and look down, and here comes a bunch of K-Mag Jeeps and Rock Armory Jeeps pulling 105 howitzers. It was a misty morning, and they disappeared from sight. And I stood up on top of this tower for another 20 minutes, and all at once there was these rumbling sounds and these big thuds, and there was smoke in the foreground, and out of the smoke comes a big old Russian tank. They were called T-34s. And its gun was pointing in my direction, and I thought, best get out of this place or get off in this tower. So I got down as fast as I could and got in my Jeep, and it faltered when it started. I was a little bit nervous for an instant, but it finally caught, and I got in the middle of the road and took off and looked back in the rearview mirror, and there's the tank. Well, that was probably the most exciting moment in my experiences. To say it looked like a big old Greyhound bus chasing me, and they didn't fire. Lord knows that was my lucky day.
The North Korean armies swept south across the border. Defending forces of the South Korean Republic, poorly equipped to stop the spearhead, began a series of retreats. Thus began the Korean crisis. If this was a Moscow-inspired test of democratic determination to fight aggression, the Kremlin soon had its answer.
The fact that communist forces have invaded Korea is a warning that there may be similar acts of aggression in other parts of the world. Free nations must be on their guard, more than ever before, against this kind of sneak attack.
The Security Council of the United Nations was called into an emergency meeting by the Secretary General.
The present situation is a serious one, and is a threat to international peace. The Security Council is, Mr. President, in my opinion, the competent organ to deal with it. I consider it the clear duty of the Security Council to take steps necessary to re-establish peace in that area.
A resolution calling upon the authorities of North Korea to issue an immediate ceasefire order and recall the invading armies was carried 9-0, with Yugoslavia abstaining and the seat of the Russian delegate empty. When the order was ignored, General Douglas MacArthur of the U.S. Army was appointed Supreme Commander of United Nations forces, furnishing assistance to the Republic of Korea. He was presented with the flag of the UN, the first use of this banner in a military action to restore peace. The first American ground troops were sent to Korea from Japan, 1 battalion of the 24th Division, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. These American boys, untrained for combat, fought courageously, but could not even slow up the invaders.
Task Force Smith will be flown from Japan to Korea. And nobody has any real illusions about what they're facing, but they believe, or at least the soldiers of Task Force Smith believe, that the Koreans won't dare attack American forces. And so they're a little unprepared for combat, they're a little green. Additionally, they just don't have weapons that are really up to defeating the North Korean armor threat. And so Task Force Smith will go into position. The Koreans will be driving down the road, and they'll use artillery, and they'll do a pretty good job of stopping the Koreans initially, but then the Koreans will outflank them and use their tanks to just drive through the positions, and there's really nothing they can do about it. And so Task Force Smith will be overwhelmed in a matter of few hours.
And they figured that we could get up there and stall the enemy because the South Koreans were getting beat. They were coming back. And they figured, like we said, oh, they see us, they'll quit. They didn't quit. They just almost run right over us, and that was it. And we were, every time we made a roadblock, maybe 10 miles down the road, to hold them, we kept losing men. We had no tanks, and we just like fight delay action.
America, tired of threats, blunders, and appeasements toward the communists, was revived by the bold acceptance of the seemingly Russian challenge. On the Pacific coast, one of the Navy's escort carriers was swiftly taken out of mothballs and made ready for sea. A full complement of fighting men went aboard. An American fleet, supported by units of the British Pacific Fleet, steamed toward Korea to patrol the coast. Army troops went ashore at Pusan, vital port of entry on the southeast coast of Korea. The men were drawn from the 8th Army, the Army of Occupation in Japan. General Walton H. Walker, the Army commander, and the 24th Division constantly tried to plug the gaps in a long, thin line.
We build a line and keep our flanks, and keep going back and back, and we were in, I don't know if you probably heard of Taejon when General Dean got the Medal of Honor. That's where they beat us right there. They tore their division right up. And the 25th finally came in the first cab, and they built a line so us guys could pull back. And every time we were in a battle, we keep losing men. Nobody replaced them. And I think by the time we got done, we only had 1 regiment instead of 3.
Many were killed and more were captured. Allied troops were outnumbered, outgunned, and outflanked. America started rushing aid to the region with all speed, spurred to action by the daily news of defeat and retreat from all across Korea. On a field in Arizona, B-29s, sealed in plastic, were prepared again to fly bombing missions, as the Air Force called trained reservists to active duty. Superfortresses based on Guam were the first to move in toward North Korean skies with orders to disrupt transportation and wreck flying fields. They picked their targets, then laid their eggs. Enemy rear areas took a pounding. carrier Valley Forge sped toward Korea with her jets warming up for takeoff. The American Army believed that the best way to stop a tank was with tanks. However, America initially had no tanks in Korea, nothing to stop the Russian-built T-34s. So the big howitzers were called on to try to stop the North Korean armored advance. At the vital seaport of Busan, men and supplies poured ashore with the realization that this was not a police action, but a major war. More men from the United Nations forces came ashore, and on Korean roads, the rumble of Allied tanks was heard. Meanwhile, units of the Far Eastern Fleet pounded enemy positions that were within range. Far from Main Street, USA, American boys fresh out of school were fighting it out on the perimeter around Busan. They were paying the price, buying time. The casualty lists began to appear in America as this first hot flame of post-war armed aggression threatened a consuming conflagration. Washington's famed Pennsylvania Avenue echoed to the marching feet of United States Marines moving out. America was determined to fight for democracy in South Korea. If the world's democracies ignored this aggression, where might the communists strike next? But for those who answered their country's call to arms, there were always the loved ones left behind. But at this hot time during the Cold War, the nation echoed the words of President Truman. We will follow the course we have chosen with courage and faith because we carry in our hearts the flame of freedom. President Truman ordered the U.S. Navy and Air Force to provide cover and support to the Republic of Korea. In the UN, United States Delegate Warren Austin spoke for the indignant people of free nations everywhere.
The armed invasion of the Republic of Korea continues. The Republic of Korea has appealed to the United Nations for protection. I am proud to report that the United States is prepared to furnish assistance to the Republic of Korea.
4 days after the invasion began, the capital city of Seoul fell to the communists. Small elements of the United States Army were airlifted from Japan to help check the aggressors' advance. They were greeted with cheers, but the cheering was soon forgotten. The small U.S. forces found themselves greatly outnumbered by communist troops, trained and equipped by the Russians. A handful of Allied troops fought a delaying action, buying precious time until reinforcements could arrive. They showed the North Koreans that they had the will to fight aggression whenever and wherever it occurred. For the outnumbered troops in the field, it was fight, pull back, and fight again. More United States forces arrived in Busan. Not nearly enough, but it was a beginning. The story is best told in the language of the soldier who was there.
This story is hard to tell, because our outfit was in training a few weeks ago. Some of the boys who were with us aren't around anymore. They were good men, good soldiers. They had learned to fight, and they had the guts for fighting. But when it came, it was like a sock on the back of the head. Korea started rough. The first 40 days were a battle for time, with a handful of men against an army. Yes, they were good men, good soldiers. And no story of the Korean War can be told without saying first how well they fought against great odds. In the beginning, there were only a couple of companies from the 24th Division. No brass bands at the airport. A few days before, some of us had been in cities, spending leave time at Fuji, something like that. We weren't scared. We didn't know. We got stuff out of the planes. We moved out. Nobody said, this is it. Nobody said you have arrived in Korea to beat back 5 North Korean communist divisions. Somebody did say, we're here to delay the Reds. Okay, let's go. About 10% of us were veterans. Few roads looked like France, somewhere between Paris and Metz. Mostly the soldiers were young, no battle experience. They smiled a lot. They made the whole lot of us look like good-natured Yanks, glad to see a new town. Some of these boys enlisted to travel. But whoever sees travel posters about Korea, relax, come to the land of the morning calm. At first, the towns looked like any towns in this part of the world. And the South Korean troops like any soldiers. You know, they worry about the same things. They get tired. I mean, tired. We all wanted to ask, what was it like up there? What kind of fighting, terrain, tactics, guns? As far as we were concerned, those Koreans couldn't talk. We were in a completely foreign country, with no time to get acquainted. They emptied a town, hardly a thing left. You couldn't buy anything, even if you had the time, which we didn't have. There are 2 ways of getting to know the terrain: walking over it and feeling how it was underneath. Underneath, it was caked and sticky. The tools of a soldier's trade, a shovel and a gun. We had small stuff with us, machine guns, some howitzers. It was hard to believe. 1, 2, 3, we were smack in the middle of a war. Guns ready, aimed north, against an enemy that would look exactly like our friends, the South Koreans. These troops had seen action. They didn't have to speak. Their clothes spoke. Their shoes spoke. Their eyes spoke. We got set. Like I said, when it came, it was fast and it was all around us. They threw everything at us. We answered. We went ahead. It was like D-Day, with no warning. Those kids, they became veterans overnight. Tough, hard, nervy. They moved as if they'd been with us all through Germany. There were too many North Koreans with too much heavy equipment, especially tanks.
And I know it was about 7:30, something like that, North Korean tanks come down the road, and our regimental commander, Colonel Smith, says, let the tanks get up close, and we could knock them out. This one lieutenant, well, he was down on the road, and he put, with the old bazooka from World War II, he put at least 20 rounds in a tank, and it kept bouncing off. So he said, well, that ain't gonna work. He threw it away. But I think we knocked 3 of them out that day. A guy in our company, I think his name was Higgins, he went down the road, opened the hatch, and threw a grenade in. He got Silver Star for that. Knocked the tank out. Then artillery knocked the other 2 out.
What can men with guts do against tanks? A bazooka was some defense, but there were too many tanks and too few bazookas. Day after day, it was pull back and fight again. There were too many of them. You wouldn't know where they'd come from. The rice paddies would lie quiet. We'd hide in the shadows, trying to look like a hut or a cornfield or a rice paddy. Concealment was one of our weapons. There were too many of them. The boys pulled back, tired as dogs. Because whenever they'd meet the Reds head-on, the Reds had enough men to fight us on the front and on our flanks, too. We knew it, and it was hard to face. We were hurting. Kids would drag back so beat up they couldn't be expected to fight for at least several days. Instead of a week at a rest area, we grabbed an hour anywhere. Took a shower. Sat down. Lay down. Seemed like the greatest pleasure in life was to give the feet a chance to breathe. We fell back to new positions. If you looked around at some of the foxholes, you could see a deep respect for those red mortars. Very deep. We were short on men. South Koreans carried our ammo. But we didn't know what some of the others were carrying. Turned out that many of the silent refugees filing along the South Korean roads were North Korean communists in disguise. They'd sneak through our lines and fight us from behind. We caught some, but infiltration caused plenty of casualties. We were going to watch the refugees more carefully from now on. This was a big police job in Korea, the biggest. The attack was full-size, had to be stopped. The United States Army, a small part of it, was here to help. There'd be men in other uniforms fighting with us soon. The whole world had seen this, knew what the score was. Up near the guns, the score was against the enemy. They were losing points, losing time. There were tough decisions, but we had leaders who could make them. General Walker and General Dean. Yes, our outfits were winning. They were holding back the enemy until help could arrive. We didn't feel it yet, but reinforcements were on the way. It takes time to pour a defense program into a small country with almost nothing. Not all the stuff can get there overnight, even in an age when we're used to things traveling 400 or 500 miles an hour. Oh, we needed tanks. And jeeps soon. If some of the boys at the front could have heard the winches grind at the port, that would have been sweet music. And if something, television maybe, could have shown us the soldiers who were going to fight with us soon, maybe it would have been easier. As it was, the outfits in the foxholes needed every half-track and howitzer and tank they could get, and more, and the men to go with them. Yes, our mission in the lines was delay. Delay the Red Drive in Korea. Delay it so we could get jeeps. Delay it so we could get weapons carriers and weapons and more ammo. Get it to us, men and equipment, wet or dry. Because it was still rough going for us. And it would stay that way for months, maybe longer, until enough men would be in Korea to strike back. Yes, it was Operation Delay. Ammo was precious. One field artillery battalion against 40 tanks. We'd hold them off for a few hours in a blasting frontal attack. The Reds would envelop us on both flanks. Always trouble up ahead and trouble on the sides. We drew back south of the Combe River, burned our bridges behind us. People in big cities like Pittsburgh are bothered by smoke. Now, this smoke was black, but it didn't bother us a bit. Yes, smoke can look good when it's where you want it. There were plenty of times when the smoke was too close. Got in your eyes, so you couldn't see anything. You can take a lot, but when your buddies get hit, it hits you inside. Nobody says much, just so-and-so got it. Or so-and-so has been evacuated, he'll be okay. Or so-and-so's been evacuated. Back of us, units from the 25th Infantry Division and the 1st Cavalry Division were unloading now with baggage. All of it first class, urgent. The tanks were light jobs. They sped north where they were most needed. Smaller than the Russian monsters, but still a wonderful sight. Nothing was too good for a tank in this territory. Boys treated them like babies. They went over them from top to bottom, called them pet names. They cleaned them up better than for inspection. That's cleaning. Their tanks had heavier armor. In a duel, that was their advantage. But our advantage was some fine sharpshooting. They had giants. We had giants. Tejon was the worst. Ask anyone where he felt it the worst, and maybe you'll hear a few other names, because it was bad all over. But most guys will say Tejon. Some places we were just outnumbered. But in Tejon we were outnumbered, outgunned, out-tanked, and outflanked. We pushed out, trying to poke a hole in their lines. No go. We tried another direction. But at the end of every road leading out of Tejon, there were thousands of North Korean troops, plenty of T-34 tanks. It got kind of confusing. There was one hot day, 100 degrees, where we just sat. There was no place to go. It was war, not the way it is in the movies. We were all tired, including General Dean. Flank attacks had cut every escape route. We gassed up, ready for a move. We were supposed to hold this hot town for 2 days. We held it for 3. It was get out or be trapped in Tejon. We got out. We fought our way out. General Dean stayed behind. He may still be there. Bad road out of Tejon. Some guys didn't make it. Tejon was burning. dead town. The men who got out were heroes. The men who didn't get out they were heroes. There's no better word. By this time, the new outfits were in the lines. Fresh, ready to shoot. Everything set just right. Nice to hear the steady crump of your own mortars. Even nicer to hear the howitzers slamming them out. Together, they're terrific. Our morale went up 5,000%. We had some pressure now. We turned it on and forced a victory. At a time like this, frontline chow tasted better than pheasant under glass. The rally was short. One outfit might do okay for a day, but on that same day, 5 other sections of the front line would be feeling the enemy's hard blows, the envelopments, the infiltrations. Some of our strongest attacks were by patrols, small groups battered by the enemy, beaten by the mountains, falling down tired. After climbing over half a dozen mountains, it made you more tired just to look at them. Felt like the bear who went over the mountain and saw another mountain. Getting anywhere in Korea was back-breaking work. You did it the Korean way, slowly. You were the bulldozer. No push-pull, click-click up here to throw a bridge across a stream in 4 or 5 hours. Every rock added up. Even the little ones. You worked 2-3 days to put an outfit on the other side of a stream. The rainy season and the Korean superhighways didn't help us get around. Wherever we went, we built our way. It was no good having any drag with the engineers. They had their own troubles. You were the engineers. In this battle, you did everything. Build, fight, hold, pull back, and destroy. Whenever we were about to leave a place, we planted it carefully. TNT. Planted it not deep, just deep enough so it would come up the way we wanted it to. The better you plant it, the better it comes up. A second-story job. This kind of gardening went on quite frequently. Very relaxing work. We were going to stall them up and down the whole front. And someday there'd be a turnabout that would pay those North Koreans off for what we'd been taking. And then we might have to put back all these bridges. We slowed them, but we couldn't stop them. Fighting is fighting, always rough. But it's rougher when you're forced to pull back. We gave them ground, they gave us time. We used every barrier, every river to make a stand. It was the best way of saving men. They beat us back to the Naktong. We got there early enough to make it across. The Naktong was a pretty useful river. No king ever had a moat around his castle so wide and protected. It felt like a new division was in the lines.
The North Koreans are going to be facing a problem that every army has as they are successful, as they push on farther to the south. The length of their supply lines is constantly getting longer. It's becoming harder and harder for them to supply their soldiers at the front. They're also suffering casualties, mechanical breakdowns, and they're having an attrition problem the farther south they go. On the other hand, the UN, who's being compressed back into the Pusan perimeter, their supply lines have become established now. They've had enough time, the delay has bought them enough time for their supply lines and their systems to be established. So at Pusan, you have this buildup of material, supplies, and people that is going on. And so the balance of power in this war begins to shift, and the days of the UN being on the defensive and just reacting to North Korean initiatives is coming to an end.
Plenty of outgoing mail went across the Nektong River. If you've seen combat, you know what it is to have a line, a place to fight from. Well, for the first time in this Korean business, we had something we could call a line. All during the fighting, we had air power. If they had had it, we might have been through. Air power did plenty of damage to everything the enemy had and wanted to bring up. Those guys flew so low, they should have had bayonets on their propellers. In a corner of Korea, a little bigger than a beachhead, we dug in, built a village of foxholes. Only here you couldn't dig too deep on account of the rocks. On this beachhead, a lot of the boys who flew in at the beginning were still around, still smiling. There's waiting in every war. Time to find out where you were, how you were doing. We faced the enemy. We faced ourselves. Our enemies were fanatics. We were believers in one faith, that men can live together peacefully, thinking, feeling, worshiping, each in his own way. You couldn't think about anything for very long when you were planning new moves, new delaying tactics. We pulled down the bridges. We wrecked the roads. The steep hills around us were rugged. We made them more rugged for the enemy. Beyond our foxholes, we unwound some vines of our own with thorns. And beyond the tight ring of our perimeter, the enemy closed in, pushing us hard, threatening the death blow that would throw us back into the sea. How long could we hold? How long? The battle hung in the balance. And then swung to us. A great force reached Korea in a new strategy that gave the North Korean army a battle from three sides at once. Replacements, new units, lively, ready for business. They stole along the hills, slipped up the ridges, looking for a soft spot in the enemy's hard shell. We gave it to them steady, all up and down the line, all at once. The air dusty, smoky. This was what we used to get when we first hit Korea. Victory never comes easily. You have to be in a fight to see how tough it is. See how in an attack, guys stumble back, needing others to look after them. Always plenty of trouble. It takes men and machines to knock out a strong enemy. And as you go forward, you can expect to lose some of those who start out with you. Yes, some went back, their feet heavy, their steps slow. Kids who became men. Men whose hollow-faced look showed that they'd been in the line too long. You can't count on a straight road to victory. Sometimes it winds, goes down, goes up. Sometimes you're forced to detour. You could pick out the new troops. They walked different. Another outfit. But once over, they were like the fellas in our outfit when we landed. The same smiling Yanks, making the best of everything. And a little better than that. We battled for time in Korea and won. We had the right men. Good men. Good soldiers.
That month and a half saw one of the greatest stands in the history of war. Once again, they had stopped the enemy. It was a costly victory. But time was running out for the North Koreans. Their gamble for a quick conquest had failed, for they had not reckoned the United Nations into their timetable. Indeed, the tide was beginning to turn. Those were the first few weeks in Korea. The Allies took their losses, regrouped, and gained new strength on the Pusan perimeter. They held that ground despite the many determined efforts by the enemy to throw them back into the sea. The North Koreans were yet to feel the full strength of the United Nations forces, a force that proved to be the most powerful in the world at that time. The war was just beginning, and the American fighting man had just begun to fight. The Korean War had been raging for weeks. In the early days, it looked like all was lost. Through July of 1950, the forces of North Korea overwhelmed the South Koreans. But with the help of the United Nations, the South Koreans fought back. On August 24th, 1950, on the central sector, which was concerned with the defense of Daegu and the Naktong River line, engineers had built a pontoon bridge across a tributary of the Naktong. This pontoon bridge served for the use of lighter vehicles and foot soldiers, but with increasing supplies moving in, there was need for a heavy equipment bridge. South Korean civilian labor was employed. Although in many sections primitive native tools were still used, and although U.S. engineers depended greatly on Korean manpower, there was a change now since the early days of the war. Heavy construction equipment was becoming a familiar sight. Accumulation of this type of equipment, necessarily second in priority to arms and ammunition, was an indication of the vast bulk of supplies that were now being received. On the 29th of August, the British aircraft carrier Unicorn moves into Busan Harbor. On her deck were British troops bound for the Korean battlefront. Within a week, they were rushed to fight alongside 1st Cavalry troops to help stop a threatened breakthrough along the Naktong River. These soldiers were the first infantrymen of another UN nation to join the United Nations forces in Korea. They were members of the Essex and South Borderers, composed largely of Scotsmen and the Middlesex Regiment, most of whom hail from the London area. Almost all of these Englishmen had served in Hong Kong for 6 months, where they underwent rigorous training in hilly country very similar to that of Korea. Except for the 3.5-inch bazooka and rations supplied by the United States, these British soldiers will use their own weapons and supplies. Their uniforms were jungle green, with only the regimental pipers wearing the kilts, which won the Scots the nickname, the Ladies from Hell. A C-47 transport plane is loaded with leaflets, which will be dropped over North Korean territory. These drops were being made frequently to counter enemy propaganda. The C-47s carry heavy loads of leaflets on the long trips over North Korea. For shorter trips, K-6s were used. Safe conduct passes. If these leaflets were found on a North Korean soldier by his officers, the penalty was death. Over enemy territory, the packets were thrown out, and the wind took care of sorting and delivery. Enemy captives reported that these messages were often memorized to avoid the danger of having the leaflet found on their person. On the 30th of August, the North Koreans were gaining in the south and central sectors, but in the northeast, near Pohang, the United States and the South Korean units were holding their ground against heavy attacks. In this fight near Pohang, a company of the 24th Infantry Division, supported by a platoon of tanks, is moving forward to attack the North Korean position called Hill 148, a ridge about 1 mile west of Pohang. The North Korean drive in this area was a 3-pronged thrust along the 10-mile front. At this time, Pohang was in Allied hands. The enemy was infiltrating here, one group of unknown size having set up a roadblock south of Pohang, 3 miles behind the Allied lines. Infantry and tanks coordinate activities as they approach the drop-off point. Intelligence has revealed that the North Korean attack on Pohang was an attempt to fulfill orders given the local commander to take the city at all costs within the next 24 hours. For the North Koreans, it was a costly operation. An estimated 2,000 of them were killed in 2 days of fighting.
Well, these attacks were constituted mostly by a preparation of a mortar fire by the enemy. They were very good at this mortar fire. And they outnumbered us, I would say, approximately 5 to 1. They had a mass of men, and also they infiltrated in between our lines, dressed as civilians, and all together just harassed us by that type of movement.
Although United States elements were here in some strength, the weight of the attack was against the South Korean Army's 3rd and Capital Divisions and their 17th Regiment. This was the 10th week of the Korean War, and the fighting on all fronts had reached a peak of fury. Although at this time military spokesmen were beginning to mention early offensive moves, the present situation did not appear very optimistic. Enemy fire is encountered. Information goes back to the company commander. The CO's orders come forward. The attack on Hill 148 was about to begin. The attack gets underway, slowly at first, and then with an increasing fury. This was one small action in the big fight that was raging along the entire 150-mile front in Korea. A few miles of territory changes hands again and again. If the Allied line cracks at any point, the whole Pusan beachhead could be lost.
Defense around the Pusan perimeter consisted mostly of a plugging action. In other words, moving a division into the perimeter to fill up a gap penetrated by the enemy. We did not have enough men to completely fill up a complete rectangle or a perimeter, so therefore we had to plug up the gaps and by moving the men around.
On the 2nd of September in the south central sector, the 1st Marine Brigade is rushed to the battle lines to help throw back one of the main North Korean thrusts in their all-out offensive along the Naktom. Enemy strategy at the time was to attempt to achieve a major breakthrough between the 2nd Division's southern flank and the 25th Division's northern flank. These Marines have been rushed to the area after a brief rest in which they regrouped. The Marines move up to the high ground they must retake to secure their sector of the counterattack. As the attack begins, the enemy holds their fire. The Marine counteroffensive has been coordinated with the 2nd Division into a 5-pronged action. One tank-supported Marine unit has moved up the main road leading to the west, while diagonally on the right and left, other Marines flank the enemy. Farther to the right and left, tank-supported 2nd Division troops advance in wide encircling movements. Marines run forward as the enemy opens fire. A wounded Marine moves back for aid. Other Marines continue the attack, moving cautiously, waiting for the enemy to reveal his flanks and main position. Despite North Korean tanks, mortars, and automatic weapons, the assault continues. This counterattack along the southern bulge of the Naktom River was almost a repeat of an assault these same Marines launched 2 weeks previously when they took this same hill. The high ground in this sector has changed hands at least 5 times in 2 weeks. The Marines form a base of fire to drive the enemy off. The line builds up, and so does the firepower directed at the enemy. Meanwhile, overhead, Air Force and Marine Corps planes support the ground troops.
The air support was very good. You call for an airstrike and get it almost immediately. One time, I was taking, with my platoon, taking a village, and we received firing from a hill to our left front. I called back and asked for air attack, and within 5 minutes, we had planes coming over, giving us an attack within about 50 yards to our front, which is pretty close.
Carrier planes are ready for another strike on inland targets. Rockets were of particular interest at this time. 3 different types were being used. One of the first super explosive types to see service in Korea was the 5-inch Holy Moses. Later, the 11.75-inch Tiny Tim proved highly effective on bridges and similar large targets. The most recent arrival was the Navy's 6.5-inch Rand. It's noteworthy that the Rand rocket set a speed record for production. It took only 24 days from its conference room conception to its appearance in combat. Aerial missions by the Navy and Marine aircraft often include both strategic and tactical targets on the same strike. In the relatively small area of Korea, targets of opportunity count heavily.
As I remember, our altitudes would probably be about 1,000 feet above the ground. Circling the area, usually, almost always, we were under control of either a tactical air controller or more often a ground controller. And we'd hit targets, which we would be given targets, which would be literally within probably only a couple hundred yards at the very most from our own forces. Our runs would be as low as maybe only a couple hundred feet above the ground. Sometimes they're lower than that, depending upon the circumstances.
Allied cameras record targets of the carrier planes. Japan, a B-26 raid is in preparation during the week of 6 September. The B-26 is armed with 16 50-caliber machine guns. The guns are electrically operated. A single gunner can bring most of them to bear on the same target at one time. The B-26 can carry a 5,000-pound bomb load. These bombs, plus napalm and the heavy firepower of the machine guns, make a flight of B-26s a formidable attacking unit. These planes saw constant use in the Korean War, their targets ranging from strategic industrial areas in the north to tactical areas along the battle lines of the south. The B-26 was classified as a light bomber and had a speed of more than 350 miles per hour. After their final briefing, crew members head for the field. This has become a familiar scene at U.S. air bases in Japan, from which B-26 sorties were flown on an around-the-clock schedule. These B-26 Douglas Invaders were formerly called A-26 bombers. They differ from the B-26 Martin Marauders used in World War II. The B-26 was a very adaptable plane, which was often revamped for different purposes. Cannon could be substituted for the nose guns, or the plane could be adapted to carry a variety of explosives. The B-26 was designed primarily for low-level bombing. It was seldom used for high altitude, as was the B-29. This film is of targets in the area of Seoul during the first week of September 1950. The little flashes of light on the ground are tracers from the B-26 machine guns. Occasionally, enemy flak comes up at the planes. On the 7th of September, the United States Air Force flew 625 sorties in 24 hours. On the 15th of September, dawn breaks off the port of Incheon. Ships of the UN fleet fire point blank at the island guarding the harbor entrance. Rockets join the softening up process. General MacArthur watches from the bridge of the flagship. This landing was a calculated risk. General MacArthur was using many of his reinforcements from the south. The first wave hits the beach. Because of the 30-foot range in the tides, landing craft in the first waves must be run ashore in a period 1 hour before high tide and 2 hours after. The first troops landing here will have to stick it out alone until the next high tide, 11 hours later.
As I understand it, it was absolutely the worst place that anybody could pick to make an amphibious assault, and that's why it was so successful, because it was only a few days or a few hours a year that the tide would be high enough to bring the ships in and get them back out before they were stuck in the mudflats. Our group was fortunate enough that we landed about D+2. The 1st and 5th Marines were actually the main assault troops, and we were the 7th Regimental Combat Team, and we arrived along with the Army 7th Division a couple of days after them. They were still fighting in Incheon when we got there. We ended up on Blue Beach, which was where the 1st Marines were, and we had to climb a seawall, big high seawalls there. But it was all in flames at the time we were there.
On the 16th of September, the 1st Marine Division moves through Incheon. This city was recaptured against relatively light resistance. Allied casualties were not heavy. As these men move through Incheon, their objective becomes Seoul. There were 2 Allied moves on Seoul.
Well, we're near the Nakton River. They come and have these little wooden engineer boats, 5 men to a boat. So that next morning, when they hit Incheon, we're supposed to cross that Nakton and get all the hills we can, you know, pushing the North Koreans. I remember getting in the boat with my radio, the company commander, and the 1st sergeant, and somebody else knew what it is. And the one right next to me, a mortar hit that and blew that thing all up. And I look and I said, I hope I get across this thing. I don't want to go in that water. It was deep someplace. If you get hit, maybe you might drown before they get you.
And my platoon was supposed to take a hill right off the beach, or the shore of the Nakton. We got up on the top of the hill, and there was a North Korean officer. I don't know what rank he was. Had all beautiful uniform, and he was laying there. He'd been shot in the chest, and a little hole going in, but it made a big hole coming out the other side. I remember the lieutenant asked us, any of you guys want to volunteer to take him down the hill? And we had heard about what happened to the guys in Daejeon by then, how they tied their hands and shot him in the back of the head, so nobody volunteered. So the lieutenant went over and took his .45 out and put him out of his misery. And then we guided the road to Seoul, or kept it open for the 1st Cavalry to go through to make contact with the boys up at Incheon. And we were there for, it seemed like a long time, but probably only 2 or 3 weeks.
Exactly 3 months to the day after the city of Seoul fell to the communist invaders, UN forces recapture the South Korean capital. These pictures are of U.S. Marines and 7th Infantry Division troops advancing into Seoul under enemy fire. Street fighting raged throughout the city. The North Koreans have fortified the buildings, and enemy tanks may appear around any corner. It had been hoped that Seoul might be recaptured with a minimum of destruction. This was impossible as a bitter house-to-house fight ensued.
Seoul was really not much left standing when we went through there. They didn't want us to go in first either. They let the ROKs, Republic of Korea troops, I would call them the ROKs, and they wanted them to go in first. They weren't quite as destructive as we were, you know. Even the difference between our tactics, the Marines and the Army, like if you got a sniper in a building, the Army will dispatch a team to go find the sniper. In the Marine Corps, we just blow the building up. You know, big difference. So we were pretty destructive.
After a 5-day battle for Seoul, General MacArthur announces its recapture on 26 September. There was still fighting in the city, but the main North Korean force was fleeing to the north. UN troops rest as they close another chapter of history. At an airbase in Japan during the Battle for Seoul, the 187th Airborne Regiment arrives from the United States. Ammunition and other supplies were loaded on unit vehicles which will be flown to Korea. The paratroopers, 2,400 strong, board C-54 transports and C-119 flying boxcars for their flight to the combat zone. Kimpo Airfield was their destination. The paratroopers are rushed to staging areas as fast as they unload. The same C-54s fly wounded back to Japan. In its first 4 days of operation, the Kimpo airlift evacuated 313 wounded to Japan. Cargo and passenger planes were coming into Kimpo at the rate of 1 every 10 minutes. Typical cargo was this disassembled 280-ton bridge. These pontoon boats are part of the bridge, which was shipped to Korea entirely by air. The airfield was inspected by Air Force leaders past and present. In the group were General George C. Kinney, commanding General Air University, Lieutenant General George C. Stratemeyer, commanding General U.S. Far East Air Forces, and General Carl Spaatz, retired, former commander of the U.S. Air Force. Land-based at Kimpo were Marine planes that aided in the tactical support of ground forces north of Seoul. This F-7F Tiger Cat night fighter proved especially valuable during this stage of the fighting north of Seoul. The F-7Fs were equipped with radar and were very effective against convoys and troop concentrations at night and in bad weather. These Tiger Cats and Corsairs are being loaded with 5-inch rockets for a strike near Seoul. October 1950. The USS Missouri steams off the coast of Korea. The UN flag is hoisted for the first time on an American battleship. Admiral Allen Smith and Captain Irving Duke honor it for the cause of freedom for which it stands. Slowly, the Big Mo's massive 16-inchers swing into position, ready to lay down a barrage on enemy coastal concentrations and strong points. Inside the ship, as H-hour approaches, projectiles weighing more than a ton each are brought up from the magazine on special elevators. One by one, they're loaded. Trained and skilled as a team, the gun crew works with clock-like precision as they ready the guns and load bags of powder into the breech. An officer takes a last-minute reading on the target and everything is set. Gun covers off. Last seconds tick away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. Salvo after salvo pours into enemy positions as the Missouri opens up with everything it's got, pounding the enemy's shore batteries and installations. The North Koreans fight back, their shells narrowly missing the ship. Big guns, small guns carry on the barrage, hitting supply lines, wiping out ammunition dumps, hammering apart the North Korean Army's aggression. In Japan, a tropical typhoon hits U.S. Army bases. With rain and wind ranging up to 110 miles per hour, it was the worst storm to hit Japan in 16 years. Corrugated metal roofing flies through the air like paper. Most of the tile, shingle, and corrugated metal roofs were damaged. The concrete structures withstand the storm well. Although windows were broken and there was water damage, there were no military casualties from the storm, since most of the troops remained indoors in the stronger buildings, safe from falling trees and power lines. But among the Japanese in the storm's path, 135 were killed, over 1,000 injured, and over 200,000 made homeless. The heaviest damage on the bases was suffered by the wooden and tar paper buildings. October 17th, 1950, a suspenseful day for the U.S. 1st Cavalrymen as they advance into the outskirts of Pyongyang, capital city of North Korea. The city was known to be heavily fortified, and it was expected that the North Koreans would make an all-out stand at their capital. It had been reported that 30,000 North Korean soldiers were defending Pyongyang. Another POW was added to the 75,000 captured so far. The attack is led by tanks as the 1st Cavalry advances under fire toward the center of the city, guided by the railroad tracks. Then, surprisingly, the enemy fire weakens as American infantrymen reach the heart of the city. The North Koreans are withdrawing. A company medic gives first aid to an infantryman wounded in the street fighting. As the 1st Cavalrymen overrun the city, South Korean troops join them. The Republic of Korea forces met heavy resistance on the east side of town, but finally fought their way through after 6 hours. They followed the retreating enemy northward. An estimated enemy force of 30,000 was now fleeing Pyongyang. South Koreans and 1st Cavalrymen join forces, coordinate their zones of action, and move on.
And we started up the west coast to the Yellow River. And we leapfrogged, you know, one battalion would fight one day, next battalion would move through and fight the next day. And I remember Halloween night, we were on the lead tank, and we were moving up there. We came up over a dike, you know, and we were sitting on a bridge, and we had already been taken prisoners. It seemed that this tank, North Korean tank outfit had been moving north. And one of the tanks was off the road, and we had looked at it on the way up in the moonlight. But it was, you know, nobody in it. We figured, you know, it was off the road. We found these North Koreans coming down with big timbers. They were going to try to get the tank back on the road, and they didn't even know we were there. We captured them, and they said that the outfit was in this village ahead of us. So when we pulled up on this bridge overlooking this dike, they fired on us, and we were on the lead tank, and the shell they fired hit the bow of the tank, you know, and shrapnel just spread, and we jumped off the tank. And this kid, Billy Whitehead, he was our BAR man for the squad. And he got hit bad in the head somehow, you know. And we never saw him again, but he was a BAR man, so me being the next biggest dope, I guess, in the squad, I inherited the BAR on Halloween night. And I carried that all the way up to within 10 miles of the Yellow River. And, you know, we had a few skirmishes going up to the Yellow River, but nothing, no real battles like the Naktan when we were down in the Pusan perimeter.
As UN forces take the North Korean capital at Pyongyang, a new threat to the enemy gets underway at Kimpo Airfield. Paratroopers of the 187th Airborne Regiment plan to jump ahead of the North Koreans fleeing Pyongyang, cutting off their escape route to the border. C-47 and C-119 boxcar transports are used. There were over 4,000 men in this operation, which consisted of 2 separate drops on 20 and 21 October. The objective was a point 33 miles north of Pyongyang, where the enemy was fleeing through some restricted routes. The assault begins. The paratroopers jump out in waves from a dozen planes at a time. On the ground, there is practically no opposition. The attack comes as a complete surprise. Watching the jump is General MacArthur, who flew over from Japan to observe this first airborne operation of the Korean War. Flying over the attack area in his Constellation, the UN commander stated, "This closes the trap on the enemy." Of particular interest in this drop was the parachuting of heavy equipment, vehicles, and artillery. The equipment drop takes place 10 minutes after the soldiers have landed. Most of the material lands without damage, and the paratroopers rush to put it into action. Local transportation found available on the scene was pressed into service. Although the big jump was delayed initially by bad weather, once it gets underway, it moves ahead like clockwork. Casualties were light. Out of the 4,064 men who made the two jumps, only 90 men were listed as jump casualties. Most of these injuries consist of broken legs and sprains. Casualty evacuation was rapid. Specially equipped helicopters land to carry the wounded, and they're quickly on their way back to the hospital. Shortly after the paratroopers take their positions, they were joined by tanks of the 1st Cavalry Division, which have pushed through from Pyongyang. As these two forces joined, the last remnants of the North Korean army were compressed into an area only 50 miles from the Manchurian border. On the 17th of September, a transport plane arrives with the first big-name entertainer to visit the troops in Korea. Al Jolson, often billed as the world's greatest entertainer, was in the midst of his last road tour. Veteran of years in show business and entertaining troops in World War II in Europe, Africa, and the South Pacific, Al Jolson disregarded his doctor's warning and at the age of 64 set out to entertain troops in hospitals and on the Korean battlefront. In front of the audience he liked best, Jolson gives one of his last performances, and the GI audience enjoys his act. Al entertained casualties in Japan before arriving in Korea and has already used up much of the seemingly boundless energy which he put into every performance. It was impossible for Al Jolson not to give a performance with all his energy and heart. His gaiety and rhythm was infectious, and he knew it could bring joy to others. On the 23rd of October, 6 days after he gave this performance, Al Jolson died from a heart attack in San Francisco. One of his last acts in Korea was to raise a UN flag. Before the war in Korea was over, many flags would be raised and lost and then raised again. Ultimate victory would belong to the Allies, but the price would be high. Many flags would be raised and lost and then raised again. Ultimate victory would belong to the Allies, but the price would be high. Wintertime in Korea. Few places on earth can be so inhospitable. For Allied troops in the Korean War, there was no such thing as a break from the cold. Here, the drive of the UN troops to the Manchurian border rolls on. At this point, it was nearing the border and surrounding the power dam supplying electricity to Korea, Manchuria, and part of Russia. Cold winter weather strikes as the troops huddle in the open. Straw was brought up to make temporary shelters. It's bitter cold. Warm clothing was the first order of the day. Adequate supplies of winter equipment have been sent to Korea, including wool uniforms, mittens, socks, sweaters, windproof trousers, shoe packs, and fur-lined parkas. Chinese and North Korean captives are brought out of the hills to Wonsan. The Chinese are better clothed than their North Korean comrades. They have quilted uniforms and wear tennis shoes wrapped in layers of burlap, making a kind of shoe pack. In contrast to the Chinese, the North Koreans are in rags at this stage of the war. The prisoners double time across the Wonsan area. They're being marched to landing craft, which will take them to Busan. Since the beginning of the war, the North Koreans have suffered 460,000 casualties, including the dead, wounded, and captured. 130,000 enemy prisoners have been taken at this time. 2 women are in this group. These Department of Defense pictures show some of the thousands of communist prisoners of war collected in a typical stockade. Sanitary measures are taken to prevent the spread of disease. This processing has proven very effective in stopping epidemics, and all the captured must be rid of vermin before joining their fellows. The treatment accorded these prisoners by UN forces was in direct contrast to that dealt out by the enemy to their prisoners. No shooting in the back, and as for rations, there was plenty. The prisoners admit they never had it so good. Over 25,000 Allied soldiers have been wounded in Korea, but less than 2% of these men have died. Less than 2 men out of every 100 wounded. The main reason for this low death rate was the speed of treatment. This was a battalion aid station, first stop in a wounded man's swift journey through the echelons of medical aid. The average time spent at the battalion aid station was only 72 minutes. Many types of transportation are used for evacuation to the next echelon, the regimental collection station. Specially equipped jeeps are used in the rough terrain near the front, but if the roads are serviceable, ambulances may be used. Air evacuation was the fastest of all and enabled certain medical channels to be skipped. Behind the collecting stations are division clearing stations and mobile hospitals. Medical care takes manpower. It takes several men to carry a litter. Evacuation procedures are similar throughout the services. The Navy provides medical service for the Marines. The results of speed have been shown at a hospital in Busan. Out of 18,000 wounded brought in during the first 3 months of the war, only 40 men died. Field expedient wooden stands instead of tables speed the movement of litters and allow the aid men to work at hand level without bending over. There was nothing fancy about these hospitals. They're there to save lives. The death rate of wounded in World War I was 8%. World War II, it was 4.5%. Korea's approximate 2% death rate was a milestone in military medicine, although for America, even 1 death is too many. In a parachute drop, such as the 4,000-man jump north of Chunyang in October, the parachutists' own medics jump with them. They carry enough medical supplies to last until contact is made with friendly forces. But even before contact is made, the injured may be evacuated from the drop zone by air. Helicopters with specially constructed containers carry the wounded out. Many a man who could not have survived a jeep or ambulance ride over the rough roads of Korea owes his life to these evacuation aircraft. Japan was the next stop from the hospitals in Korea. Japan was only an hour and a half from Korea by plane, but less than half of the incoming wounded remain here. The rest are moved back to the United States. Many men wounded at the front lines in Korea have found themselves in the United States 3 days later. UN forces drive ahead toward the Manchurian border and the power dams of northern Korea, which the enemy have been fighting desperately to defend. As UN troops captured town after town, the fleeing enemy set fire to the buildings as they abandoned their former strongholds. After each village was secured, the victors continued to roll north. This advance led to some of the fiercest fighting during this stage of the conflict. While the troops faced the bitter wintry campaign on the ground, the Air Force strafes enemy transportation lines and strongpoints in supporting raids. On the 15th of November in the Sea of Japan off the coast of North Korea, Navy Task Force 77 was operating in support of ground action in the drive toward the Yalu River. Winter weather was closing in. Naval operations are hampered by high seas and extreme cold. The aircraft carrier Philippine Sea receives ammunition, mail, and other supplies hauled across open water in a cargo net. Such operations are difficult in rough weather. The first load is ammunition and was quickly taken in and passed back to the carrier's magazine. At this time, Navy and Marine carrier planes were taking flight into every corner of North Korea below the Manchurian border. Carriers were also in operation on the west coast of Korea. On both coasts, the task of minesweeping was continuing. During the resupply operation, the Philippine Sea was hit by a snowstorm. Despite the weather, a tanker comes along and refueling gets underway. As refueling and the transfer of supplies continue, seas get higher and higher, and the storm becomes a veritable blizzard. This was not an unusually heavy storm. It was typical winter weather in the northern Sea of Japan. Although air operations are halted during the height of the storm, flights from snow and ice-covered decks are becoming routine. The Navy reported typical Korean temperatures in the area averaged 11 degrees above zero in November and 5 degrees below zero in December. After the tanks have spearheaded the attack near Hisan-jin, the U.S. 7th Division comes in to take over. It was bitter cold in the valleys as they advanced doggedly across the snow patches. It was even colder as they ascend the slopes, and it was tougher going up. Frozen ground offered little in the way of footholds. Fortunately, there was not much opposition from the enemy. Allied planes took care of that. One good thing, they're advancing. It was tough, but they kept going forward. Slowly but steadily, they came closer and closer to their objective, the south bank of the Yalu River on the Manchurian border. At this time, it appeared that reaching the border would be the beginning of the end of the war in Korea. And the men are anxious to get to their objective. Finally, they see it stretching out in front of them, the Yalu River, frozen over completely.
Well, the opposition seemed to decrease as we advanced. The enemy was fighting a rear guard action. They weren't putting up a real battle. A couple of places they paused to turn around like the cornered rat, as he will fight when he's cornered. They threw a lot of mortars at us, sniper fire, but as we moved up, passed through Capsan, led by tanks, the infantry swept right through the opposition, and we made it to the border. It was the 21st of November, just 3 days before Thanksgiving. They brought these turkeys up from the quartermaster about 100 miles through the rear, and those were truck convoy runs. They got there to the 17th Regiment on the front lines at about 3 a.m. in the morning, and the next afternoon we had turkey on the Yalu River. I think every man in the division had his Thanksgiving turkey that day. And, well, we've been eating hot meals regularly right along. I know a lot of World War II veterans will wonder about that, but the frontline troops did have the hot meals right there in the foxhole.
Victory seemed assured. There was talk of war's end by Christmas. But on the other side of the Yalu, Chinese armies were massing. A whole new war was about to begin. Late in November, 2 full Chinese field armies attacked across the Yalu, splitting the UN forces and rolling them back. What President Truman had first called a police action had now become a major war. Allied forces in the West pulled back to the south. At the Chosin Reservoir, the 1st Marine Division and the 7th Infantry Division find themselves trapped by 10 communist divisions. For the soldiers who were there, it was horrific.
They would just, it would be pitch black at night. They didn't like to fight. They would hide during the day, so our planes couldn't see them. But anyway, when they hit us, it was in the middle of the night. And we'd shoot up a flare, and they, in the snow and ice, that some of them had been maybe only just 10 or 15 feet or so from us. They could get that close silently at the night. And you could just see row after row after row of. But the noise, that was something that we just didn't figure out. That the first thing we heard before we saw anything was the cymbals and bugles and whistles and flares and all sorts of noise and that they had. And I guess they used these for their own communication as well as to demoralize their enemies. You could hear, they would chant. You'd hear them, they'd say, son of a bitch Marine, we kill. Son of a bitch Marine, you die. They just kept chanting that over and over again, And then all of a sudden the bugles would go and the cymbals and whistles, and here they'd come. But they just would keep coming. It was unbelievable how many of them there were. We almost didn't make it off of that hill. Charlie Company, 1st, 5th, came up early the next morning to relieve us. And I think out of the 240 of us who went up there, there was only about 30 of us that were still left on our feet. If it had been one more wave of the Chinese, we probably wouldn't have been there. That was the start of the actual withdrawal and out of there. We thought at Udamni, which is the farthest we got north, it was 14 miles back to the next village, which was Hagaroo. We thought when we got there we'd be safe, but we didn't realize they were under siege too.
Orders are issued for all the troops to assemble at Hagaroo. This time their objective was to break through and reach Hungnam on the coast, 60 miles away.
Realizing we would not be able to break through that night, Colonel Drysdale got on the radio to Colonel Puller, and Puller gave the orders that this task force and we would get through at all costs. So we started up the road and we got into the ambush there, started shooting. It seemed like everybody I touched, somebody was hit, dropped, something there. And I went forward to find the Colonel Drysdale, and he was wounded at that time, and so he turned the command over to myself. And our job was then to keep going and break through. So I came back and told everyone there to get everybody wounded and dead into the trucks, get on the trucks. Now we were going to move forward and get on into Hagaruri, which we did. As we came into Hagaruri, I saw some tents, our American-type tents, and I thought we were within the lines. But as we got there, the Chinese came out of the tents and started firing, and we lost about 3 or 4 more trucks with the company wounded and dead.
It had been tough enough when they were advancing. It was far worse to have to pull back. They were already tired, cold, and weary as they moved into the assembly area. But they know they'll have to fight their way out of the trap. All heavy weapons, equipment, and tanks are to be taken back.
Those first 14 miles were something else. 79 hours of constant, continuous day and night fighting all the way back. There was only one road out. When the officers understood the Oriental mind, I guess they always do the opposite of the obvious. And so they didn't think we would take the road, and so we did. And I think that's what got us out. Excellent leadership, excellent leadership.
Orders are issued for all the troops to assemble at Hagaru. This time, their objective was to break through and reach Hungnam on the coast, 60 miles away. Through howling winds and icy blasts of snow, preparations are made for an orderly withdrawal. Back across the frozen valleys which they had fought so hard to capture. It had been tough enough when they were advancing. It was far worse to have to pull back. They were already tired, cold, and weary as they moved into the assembly area. But they know they'll have to fight their way out of the trap. All heavy weapons, equipment, and tanks are to be taken back. There are casualties as much from the cold as snipers' bullets. The wounded are carried along. The dead are buried. But the assembling for the withdrawal continues unabated. Food and supplies are airdropped from C-47s and C-119s by the 21st Troop Carrier Squadron of the Combat Cargo Command. Ammunition, medical supplies, and food are dropped. No matter how cold and tired they may feel on the ground, the sight of these cargo planes dropping their parachute loads from the skies gives the men a sense of not being forgotten, of feeling that they are still part of a vast team fighting together. Meanwhile, preparations for the long, hazardous move progress. All excess equipment was burned or destroyed. They make sure that nothing will be left that the enemy can make use of. Trucks, jeeps, anything and everything that was mobile and can move under its own power was to be saved. The enemy will find, when they take over, only ruined earth and charred remains. Thousands of battle casualties and frostbite victims are evacuated from the emergency fields at Hagaru and Kotal, flown to the Yongpao airfield near Hungnam. They're transferred to hospital planes for the trip to Japan. They'll soon find themselves warm and well cared for.
I got out of Hagaru, last roadblock, in fact, and got in there and took me to MASH outfit. And some guy come along and wouldn't know if I could walk yet, and I said, sure. He said, if you can walk, you're out of here. And I says, okay. So some guys helped me up and walked me to a truck. They took me out to the airstrip, which was really nothing, and we were out of there. And that afternoon, that's I was in the hospital in Japan. I went to Yokosuka, there for a couple of months, and back to Korea again. Do it all over again.
With only short pauses at Hagaru near the Chosin Reservoir and Kotal 10 miles south, the steady push to safety continues.
We were ordered to take the East Hill, which was being occupied by the Chinese, and if held by them, would be dominating Hagaru, and we couldn't get the troops back from up north. So we attacked that morning up the hill, and it was ice, snow, one of those things where you take one step forward, about half a step back. Finally established the lines, and that night about 10 o'clock, I think, we heard the bugles and the flares and the screaming, and we were attacked that night by, they say, a regiment of Chinese. Came in and hit the lines, and we got into hand-to-hand combat, then into grenades, fighting around the CP, and I was wounded in the face, the arms, and chest. There were no other officers. All my other officers had been wounded and evacuated beforehand. So I remained behind, and we hung on that night and fought, and by early the next morning, with assistance from the commandos and others from the hill below, we were able to restore the lines and keep our position and maintain there and hold it for the 5th and 7th Marines withdrawing from the north.
We had a colonel up there, his name was Chesty Puller. I had him during World War II also. And his biggest saying was, well, we've got them where we want them. They're in front of us, they're behind us, they're on the left flank and on the right flank, and no way can they get away. We've got them where we want them.
The Marines have a bitter march ahead. The road winds through some of the roughest terrain in the world. In the history of the U.S. Marine Corps, this march will stand as one of its most valiant battles. Twisting, icy roads, snowstorms, below zero cold, General Winter was allied with no one in this operation. Both sides suffered.
So cold at a 30, nothing will fire except something with forward motion of the bolt, like a Thompson sub, 30 caliber machine gun, 45 pistol. So that old area has probably got 1 million tons of Garand rifles. They were no good, you just threw them away. You had to sleep with it in order to keep it warm enough.
I'd like to tell about a good friend of mine. He was doing what he was ordered to do. Most of us didn't because it was so darn cold and we were so busy. He had his boots and socks off and he was massaging his feet when the Chinese attacked. And he jumped up and fought for 5 hours in the cold in his bare feet. And he even lost part of a finger. He picked up a grenade to throw back at the Chinese, and it went off just as it left his hand. But he couldn't even walk. They had to carry him off the hill because his feet were so bad. And they gave him the Medal of Honor for his heroics. But they got zilch for his frozen feet, and he still walks with a bad limp. Fortunately, he saved his feet. They did have to amputate his toes.
The Chinese also suffered the rigors of the Korean winter. A frozen hand can't grasp a cup, and a POW learns the meaning of humanity from a Marine. The frightful hardships of the UN troops as they fought their way every step was illustrated by this Chinese prisoner whose feet are encased in a solid sheet of ice. Rations and water are scarce, but these hard-bitten troops facing a Korean Dunkirk never lose faith in their own ability and that of their air and sea comrades to keep fighting when the situation was blackest. From the Chosin Reservoir to Hagaru to Kotal and the escape port of Hong Nam was a long, terrible route, especially in the teeth of a stinging Siberian gale. This was the pack out, or the beginning of evacuation, as they hoped for survival. Snow-covered sleeping bags are the only protection for this group, which walked for 18 solid hours and had no sleep for 3 nights. All along the route, they were harassed by Chinese fire from front and rear. Now they're getting set for a breakout of their Korean Valley Forge. This evacuation has been called unparalleled in United States military history. As they prepare to leave, the roads and bridges have been blocked or blown up by the encircling communists. Many vehicles break down and are abandoned. The engineers work constantly to make the road passable. Bridges brought by air are built ahead of the column. Desperately tired men inch their way along until they reach the little settlement of Koto. They join 3,000 more Marines, but there was little rest here. The Chinese wave was still sweeping down from the north, and a few hours' rest might mean annihilation.
Most of our casualties was those first 14 miles back to Hagaru, where the division headquarters was. I'd say 70% of the casualties occurred at Chosin, were in those first 14 miles. And as a statistic, there was 4,000 Marines that were killed in the entire 3 years of the Korean War, and 3/4 of those were killed at Chosin. And a lot of people don't understand or know that it was such a horrific situation. It was an animalistic type of existence because you were on guard all the time and was afraid to even sit down sometimes for fear you'd freeze to death.
The unexpected entry of 300,000 Red Chinese across the Manchurian border may well have precipitated World War III. President Truman voiced his accusation of communist imperialism.
The forces of the United Nations are in Korea to put down an aggression that threatens not only the whole fabric of the United Nations, but all human hopes of peace and justice. If the United Nations yields to the forces of aggression, no nation will be safe or secure. If aggression is successful in Korea, we can expect it to spread throughout Asia and Europe and to this hemisphere. We are fighting in Korea for our own national security and survival. We have committed ourselves to the cause of a just and peaceful world order through the United Nations. We stand by that commitment.
On the battlefront in Korea, UN forces fight desperately to beat back the new enemy attack. Outnumbered more than 2 to 1 by Chinese and North Koreans, the UN forces hope to regroup and to meet the overwhelming attack which has broken their lines of defense across North Korea.
The night of 26th, November 50, we got hit pretty hard. We fought all night long, and the next morning there was only 26 of us that were still able-bodied to be able to fight, and we'd already been surrounded. We kind of broke up into little groups of 5 or 6 to try to work our way back through the enemy lines. And about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we got in a firefight, and we ran out of ammunition, and the Chinese just overtook us. And I guess we kind of thought that Katie barred the door, that's all she wrote, that it was over. But anyway, they just guarded us there until dark, and then they started us on a 15-day forest march. And if somebody would fall out or something, you'd hear a shot, or you'd hear somebody moan or something. We didn't know if they shot them or bayoneted them or what.
UN troops are obliged to fall back on all fronts in the face of attacks by Chinese, estimated to number 500,000. Tanks cover the retreat and shelter soldiers pinned down by enemy fire. Already casualties among American members of the UN forces have risen to beyond the 30,000 mark. Blazing Pyongyang, the former North Korean capital, was left behind as UN forces start their retreat before 1 million Chinese soldiers driving toward the 38th parallel and Seoul. Bitter winter weather, as well as an enemy that outnumbers them more than 3 to 1, have taken their toll. Most of the wounded are evacuated by air to Japanese hospitals as quickly as possible. In the meanwhile, the retreat continues steadily as the Chinese pour across the Manchurian border, and another estimated 500,000 remain poised on the frontier. Department of Defense and newsreel pictures show graphically the suffering undergone by 1st Cavalry soldiers taken prisoner by the North Koreans and later released by the Communists. These are Americans who dedicated themselves to the UN fight for freedom. Hard-won positions are abandoned as troops recross icy rivers on their way to a new line just above Seoul. While the retreat proceeds in orderly fashion, the UN seeks to arrange a ceasefire and negotiate to clear up the entire Korean problem and bring about world peace. This was it. It was the long, perilous road to Hungnam and the fleet of UN ships waiting to receive them. Many weary miles later, they join up with another encircled group of Marines. From here, it's a few short miles to friendly territory. The road to Hungnam has been a long road through hell. At Hungnam, an army stands by to evacuate the 20,000 beleaguered UN troops. But as they face an estimated force of 160,000 Chinese, they defend their rapidly shrinking perimeter with its supplies. Nowhere was there panic as truck convoys roll in to unload their contingents. Everything of military value in the cities of Hamhung and Hungnam was to be carried away or destroyed. Huge shipments of military equipment had poured into the area for weeks to supply the expected victory march to the Manchurian border. Now, these supplies, sent here to supply the whole 10th Corps, are piled up and carried off to the transports again. Headquarters equipment, rehabilitation supplies, everything goes as Korean civilians pitch in to help. Most of the Korean population was hoping there will be shipping space for them to go too. The vast quantity of equipment that was being moved here is more easily comprehended when one thinks of the units involved. The 10th Corps that was being evacuated included 3 full U.S. divisions, the 1st Marine Division, the 3rd Infantry Division, and the 7th Infantry Division, plus thousands of South Korean troops. The number of personnel involved in this move was equal to the entire population of Dayton, Ohio at the time. Over 100,000 civilian refugees from the Hungnam area are taken to freedom along with the troops, but thousands must be left behind to the uncertain mercy of the Chinese. Refugees pour down to the docks until every available ship was jammed. Their eagerness to abandon their homes and possessions was pitiful proof of their fear of the communist regime. These people who have known Red domination give dramatic evidence that they've had enough. Every effort was made to evacuate as many as possible to the Pusan area. Pusan was already swarming with hundreds of thousands of refugees who have fled from other parts of Korea. Loaded down with their few belongings or a baby, the refugees push forward to the ships. The Hungnam evacuation entails the movement of 105,000 soldiers, 17,500 vehicles, and 350,000 tons of equipment. The Chinese, whose supply lines from Manchuria are under constant attack by UN planes, sorely missed this huge haul of military equipment which so nearly fell to them as a prize of war. The guns of the 7th Fleet under Vice Admiral Struble support the evacuation. Landing craft form an endless conveyor belt running from the docks to the transports waiting in the harbor. It takes a lot of boatloads to carry 100,000 soldiers. On hand to receive the 10th Corps troops was a large U.S. Navy amphibious fleet commanded by Rear Admiral Doyle. This redeployment of an entire Army Corps by sea had never been attempted before, but the U.S. forces, pioneers in mass beachhead operations, simply take their well-perfected amphibious landing techniques and work them in reverse. Rear guard troops hold fast on the shrinking perimeter of the beachhead with the support of naval guns from the harbor, while the valuable material was saved for another battle. With the United States 3rd Division fighting the principal holding action, the rest of the 10th Corps was taken aboard the evacuation ships. The 3rd Division had been fighting to the south of the Marines in the original advance to the border. In spite of the apparent turmoil, the troop evacuation was calm and orderly. The removal of the wounded had first priority. Although the more serious cases had been loaded on earlier ships or taken out by air, casualties keep coming in from the defensive perimeter. In spite of the fact that the UN forces are greatly outnumbered, the cost in casualties was much lighter than for a comparable time during the summer defense of the Pusan beachhead. The evacuation began on the 12th of December and was well along by the 20th of the month. The gallant fighting force, which had fought its way to the coast against tremendous odds, took leave of Northern Korea. But they would be back with a vengeance to repay the enemy for their many fallen comrades who did not make it out alive. Christmas time in Korea. For Allied troops, there was no peace on this earth, only a fast scramble for survival. Here, the perimeter of blood and steel about the port of Hungnam is shrinking fast. Hard-pressed by an invading Chinese army that swarms forward with reckless disregard for its casualties, the last of the UN troops carry out their orderly withdrawal from military positions that are no longer tenable. The delaying actions, which have exacted such a high toll of the pursuers, are finally drawing to a close. Most of these men, who had stuck it out until the last hours before boarding the waiting ships, are elements of the 3rd Division. Troops evacuated are being shipped to the Pusan area. A nitrate factory smokestack is blown up by an engineer demolition team to prevent its use as a landmark by the enemy to pinpoint vital targets in the beach area. Loading artillery holds back an enemy which will finally be allowed to take possession of the heap of rubble for which it has paid so dearly. Tons of demolition charges are lowered under the piers and pilings that lie in the harbor front. It will be a long time before the occupying enemy troops will be able to put these harbor facilities to any use. Around the warehouses on the docks, engineers lay out a hose that is filled with TNT. Many lengths of the explosive hose are coupled together and laid close to the foundations of the buildings. In the UN's new scorched earth tactics, few buildings are left in which the Chinese will be able to hide from observation or air attack. Primer cord is attached to the hose and paid out to the last safe position at the water's edge. The last remaining troops board landing craft that are armed with machine guns. Detonation devices left in the abandoned city are ticking off their last seconds. An ammunition dump goes up, thundering and crackling as it illuminates the sky with a spectacular display of fireworks. The docks are destroyed. The remains of Hungnam are left to the enemy. A few miles north of Seoul, other UN troops are also pulling back in the face of overwhelming Chinese military manpower. The situation requires the entire 8th Army to be deployed. Men and machines move back from positions which they had occupied before the vast Chinese hordes swarmed across the Manchurian border and precipitated an entirely new war. As UN troops withdraw below the 38th parallel, it's estimated that a force of fully 100,000 Chinese are preparing to close in on Seoul. The new lines, which will be commanded by General Ridgway, are regrouping well to the south, where our troops can avoid the danger of entrapment. South Korean guerrilla troops act as a rear guard, moving along behind the withdrawal. The once proud capital city of Seoul is soon to be occupied by the enemy. Its last remaining inhabitants are frightened, discouraged, and depressed during a Christmas season in which the words goodwill toward men become a mockery. The Far East Airport Cargo Command takes on a mission of mercy. At Kimpo Airfield near Incheon, a precious cargo is assembled for evacuation from battle-torn Korea. Nearly 1,000 Korean orphans and waifs of war are taken aboard C-54s for transfer to an island refuge off the South Korean coast. Aged 6 months to 11 years, these helpless victims of war were to have been settled at a model child welfare center in Seoul under the direction of an Air Force chaplain. But with the fall of Seoul now imminent, they're hurried off by air to a sanctuary far from the scene of any future hostilities. With the help of the Red Cross, YMCA, and mission officials, the youngsters were gathered up from many points in the war-torn nation. The tiny passengers, many of whom are suffering from starvation, whooping cough, tuberculosis, and other serious illnesses, are cared for with special tenderness by the airmen and nurses. Last-minute evacuation by air is necessary because a Korean ship, which was to have removed the children from Incheon, failed to make its appearance. Following General Walker's death, General Matthew Ridgway was greeted by South Korean officers as he arrived at the front to assume command of UN field forces. With hundreds of thousands of Chinese and North Korean soldiers pouring down the hills, the capital city of Seoul was evacuated. Outnumbered by overwhelming waves of enemy infantry, the troops sought new positions in an effort to halt the tide of enemy humanity. As they withdrew, warships and transports stood by at Incheon for evacuation. Seoul was left in ruins. These films of Russian jet planes are from newsreels captured in Korea. These are the latest Soviet fighter planes, including MiGs and Yaks, which have helped support the drive of the enemy. But the United States Panther jets and the 670-mile-an-hour Sabre jet have been giving the enemy pilots more than they can take. This Russian specimen really takes it on the chin in a dogfight with the United States jet near Manchuria. The superior firepower of the Yank gunners sounds the death knell for the enemy fighter, which goes down at 6,000 feet. Retreating UN forces guard the Imjim River as the onrushing hordes of Chinese mass for the capture of Seoul. Despite superior firepower and the latest weapons, the UN is forced to give ground before an avalanche of manpower sweeping down from the 38th parallel. The pressure on Seoul increases as the Allies conduct an orderly withdrawal, taking with them the major portion of their arms and equipment. Faced with a force estimated up to 500,000, Seoul is put to the torch and evacuated as President Syngman Rhee's government fled to Busan on the southeast coast. And again, as before during the conflict, pathetic bands of refugees flee from the Chinese in the bitter cold.
Well, the things that really stuck to me over the years was the condition of the people, the refugees, the little children. They were running around with no parents. We would stop and give them whatever we could. We would give them whatever rations we had that we could supply, you know. And they just looked at you when those eyes went right through you, that you know they'd either be picked up and put in a refugee camp, or they would just die by the wayside because they was homeless. There weren't any parents. They were killed. They were laying on the side.
On the southern outskirts of Seoul, UN troops pull back across the Han River. The South Korean government has already moved to Busan. The carefully planned withdrawal from Seoul is orderly and without unnecessary haste, as British and American units fight delaying rear guard actions within the burning city to delay the oncoming communists, who during the last few days have been attacking with fanatic disregard for their own high losses. What began as a police action against aggression now threatens world peace as communist China unleashes a torrent of manpower. A section of a pontoon bridge is dismantled after the main body of troops have crossed in that area. Whatever is useful and readily transportable, the troops take with them. There will be other rivers and streams to cross. Demolition charges are prepared to blow up the portions of the bridge that are impractical to salvage. Explosives attached, the order is given to destroy the floating span. UN forces inflict heavy casualties on communist invaders in Korea in an effort to stabilize defensive lines. All supplies, shelter, and any strong point that would aid the enemy are destroyed as the troops withdraw to new positions under a curtain of smoke, haze, and overcast skies. These Department of Defense pictures show the orderly withdrawal of the UN troops as they move along, unhampered by the enemy, who has learned to respect their fighting power. Modern hospital ships stand by to evacuate the men who fought so bravely near Seoul. The effort to contain the overwhelming enemy forces below the 38th parallel resulted in many casualties. It's a grim satisfaction to these heroes to know the enemy suffered far more heavily. President Truman presents the first Medals of Honor awarded Korean War heroes. Mrs. Turner, mother of Sergeant Turner, who died of 50 bullet wounds. Edward Brown, father of Melvin Brown. Mrs. Dean, wife of the general who disappeared in action at Daejeon. Mrs. Henry, wife of the lieutenant who fought a one-man war.
I've presented more Congressional Medals of Honor than all the rest of the presidents put together. But that is because of the fact that these terrible times we've been going through merited those medals. These honors which you've conferred this morning are all that the country can give in appreciation of the heroes who lost their lives in defense of our liberties. It's a privilege on my part to be able to do this small thing for the benefit of those who survived, these men who paid the supreme sacrifice.
Incheon, the seaport for Seoul, is evacuated. After the fall of the South Korean capital on the 4th of January, Incheon once again sees her beaches crowded with soldiers. It's a scene which is reminiscent of the UN's landing here last September. But this time, the situation is more grim. Incheon has been isolated by the Chinese advance through the abandoned city of Seoul, and the communist reoccupation of Incheon is expected within a few hours. The chief difficulty in carrying out the embarkation here is the unusually high tide, which has a 30-foot rise and fall, limiting the place and time at which landing craft can safely come in. When UN troops, spearheaded by the 1st U.S. Marines, landed here on the 15th of September, the approaching end of the Korean War was hailed. But then the Chinese intervened to bring about what General MacArthur described as a totally new war. The final outcome of this new phase in Korea is still in doubt as UN soldiers retrace hard-won steps along the roads and sea lanes to Busan. Throughout the evacuation, the United States heavy cruiser Rochester stands by in case the Chinese should appear before they're expected. The evacuation is to be completed by midnight. As the landing craft pulls away, the island of Walney stands in the background, patched with snow. When the Marines had made their landing last September, Walney Island was the beachhead for the first wave of assault boats. Now, Walney Island is the last coastal landmark the troops see as they make their reluctant departure. Thousands of civilian refugees from the same area jammed the railroad station at Incheon, patiently waiting their turn for any kind of transportation which offers a chance for escape from the oncoming terror. The civilians from this section of Korea that had been in UN hands for a number of months appear better clothed and fed than the refugees evacuated from Hungnam in the east. The patient and enduring populace prayerfully waits for a chance to ride on something, anything that moves. But compared to walking day and night over the icy ground, a freight car is luxury travel. The harbor area is equally crowded with fleeing civilians. These refugees are the families of the factory workers or the families of dock workers. Many refugees arrange for their own travel. Fishing boats and freighters are pressed into service. The fare is 10,000 won, or about $30 for the 36-hour sea journey to Busan. Darkness comes. At first, there are only a few fires visible. Then, Incheon is destroyed in the face of the advancing enemy. As dawn breaks over the town, debris burns in the deserted streets. This is the site of a former arsenal. Abandoned locomotives have received a final going over from the air. Kimpo Airfield, 12 miles inland, lies in smoking ruins. Typical of Incheon's total devastation are the locks which once protected its tidal basin. To the troops of the advancing Chinese are left these remains of a Korean city. UN troops conduct an orderly withdrawal down the Korean peninsula. Fighting every step of the way, they retain landing fields and facilities until the very last minute. With airlifts operating full blast, transports sustain inevitable casualties, but the job of supplying the GIs fighting the heroic rearguard action goes on. UN forces are fending off an attempted encircling move by 3 armies of Chinese communists, and field officers in command are deploying their troops in a thin line to prevent the frantic flanking attacks by the Chinese. Previously demolished bridges are repaired by engineers to permit the evacuation of military vehicles. It's the grimmest kind of warfare, with the enemy lurking on every side. Here are some of the casualties which among Americans alone have passed the 40,000 mark, with 6,700 dead, 27,000 wounded. Another 6,100 are missing in action. Wounded often have been evacuated at temperatures of 30 below zero. A bright spot in the campaign are the Sabre jets, which rule the skies. As they cruise over Allied forces on the hunt for enemy formations to strafe, they suddenly get a Russian-built MiG fighter in their sights. As fast as the enemy plane is, it can't escape a burst which has deadly effect. Fatally hit, the doomed plane starts to smoke and goes into its final dive. Once again, the Sabres have proved more than a match for the Chinese jets. Chalk up another for the Sabres, with no losses of their own. While no mission could be called typical in this Korean quagmire, one pilot remembers what a fairly normal mission was like.
You looked at the flag order that came in each night, and you knew what was going to happen the next day generally, and it would usually be a sweep on the Yalu River, which separated North Korea from Manchuria. And they used to go up in each wing would put up about 40 airplanes a day if that's what the job was. And all they would do is just sweep up and down the Yalu and wait for the enemy to try to come across if they did. You showed up for a briefing about an hour and a half before your flight. You discussed what you were going to do, your tactics, how much fuel you were going to have, the code words for the day. You go out and pre-flight your airplane, and then get in, and at a certain time, you all started engines together. You went out to armament and got your guns hot, and then you taxied out, and you took off in 4-ship flights, and you'd fly north. We'd climb up to about 40,000 feet, and we had droppable fuel tanks. And when we'd keep those tanks because they were expensive if we didn't get into any combat. But once they started calling MiGs, you dropped those tanks because they made you less maneuverable. You'd stretch out and fly, from 500 to 1,000 feet apart. That gave you some maneuvering room so that you could look around and still look back and find your leader. And if you got into the MiGs, that's when it was every man for himself, except that we stayed together in pairs. And that's probably the main reason, that kind of training, that the kill ratio of F-86s to MiGs over there was about 10 to 1. We got 10 for every one they got. And that's kind of remarkable because we were flying 200 miles up into their territory, and we were always short of fuel because it took fuel to get there, while they could come right up from bases that were right there, be fat on fuel, and go land immediately if they had to.
Here we see the results of just such a typical mission as enemy equipment goes up in smoke as the Air Force blasts supply lines with firebombs, rockets, and machine guns. They've knocked out thousands of enemy vehicles and tanks. Countless enemy troop concentrations have been broken up. Thousands have been mowed down in air attacks. As Chinese and North Korean ground forces occupy the ruined land for which they're paying so dear a price, fighter bombers of the UN Air Force fly constant sorties to harass and impede their movements and destroy their supplies. The merciless blasting is in line with a determined effort to prevent the enemy from marshaling sufficient troops for a major push before the UN forces have time to consolidate their strength in their new position. Enemy strength that was to have been pitted against the outnumbered UN troops disappears in flashes of flame and puffs of smoke. After identifying their targets, UN planes swoop down like avenging shadows of death and destruction. Reports from North Korean prisoners indicate that the incessant air attacks are wreaking havoc with troop morale. The enemy is kept off balance and prevented from holding the tactical initiative. During the week of the 22nd to the 29th of January, the UN limited offensive moves northward as strong task forces recapture key cities which form the enemy's main line of defense. Here, a 25th Division combat team strikes north from positions below Osan to test Chinese strength and occupy the many towns reportedly held by only token enemy units. Troops of the 35th Regimental Combat Team have battered Osan without opposition. After defensive posts are established, they push on toward the first day's objective, a village north of Osan. Here, a soldier cleans and checks his machine gun to avoid the danger of stoppages in the wintry weather. Across a frozen stream, the men continue their advance along the road to Suwon. Other UN units to the east move 12 miles above Wonju, while Kumyungjan falls to Allied forces in an attack highlighted by a bayonet charge of the Turkish brigade. Though enemy tanks have not recently been encountered in any large numbers, the troops are well prepared for them. As the task force nears its day's objectives, civilians coming in from the village are methodically searched for weapons. The refugee problem is eased considerably in comparison with the vast flight of hundreds of thousands from Seoul and other endangered cities in the past month. But there are still those who remain in the combat zones between the two armies, keeping UN soldiers constantly on guard against the danger of enemy infiltrators. Task force soldiers move carefully into the war-scarred town where they will spend the night, on the alert for Chinese snipers and suicide groups. A South Korean interpreter questions two refugees. As the limited offensive goes into its second day, the 25th Division spearhead sweeps across the low hills toward Suwon. The 8th Army, finding little enemy pressure to contend with, regains hundreds of square miles in the western sector of the front. An enemy strong point is encountered and artillery is called for. The 155-millimeter howitzer is zeroed in. To avoid bypassing enemy pockets in the hills, the troops leave the roads, searching the countryside and villages. Prisoners are taken, some of the few found in the newly deserted town. On the second day of their thrust up the main coastal road to Seoul, the task force enters the outskirts of Suwon, carefully searching every building for concealed Chinese. Scattered enemy resistance is quickly cleaned out. Meanwhile, sizable gains are recorded north of Incheon at Kumyungjan, while the naval shelling of Incheon moves into its second day. The day after Suwon's capture, an armored spearhead leaves the north gate, pushing on toward the Han River. Soon it meets the first strong enemy defensive line, halting 12 miles from Seoul. General Joseph S. Bradley, assistant commander of the 25th Division, inspects his advancing troops. The customary inspection and interrogation of civilians begins at Suwon. The 25th Division rests as reports come in that first contact has finally been reestablished with major units of the enemy. UN troops in the second week of their limited offensive battle northward towards Seoul, continuing to forge ahead over the bitterly contested ground north of Suwon. In the new system of UN offense, forced by Chinese hold-or-die tactics, Allied forces leave the road and dig the Chinese from their caves and foxholes. Enemy dead litter the ridge. Chinese prisoners routed out of the hills are thoroughly searched and given first aid by soldiers of the 25th Division. The face of an American GI expresses the bitter sadness that comes with war. The captives are then escorted to the rear for further interrogation. Very few Chinese surrender to UN forces as they're taught to expect swift execution upon capture. When convinced that they will not be killed, they're often eager to give information. The UN task force moves up for an assault on an enemy-held ridge north of Suwon as the offensive pushes steadily ahead. Realizing the dangers of over-fatigue, these hardened soldiers have learned to take advantage of every opportunity to rest. Now, while accustomed to the strenuous conditions of battle, the men group together in a well-earned sleep. General Bradley consults with the company commander of the Spearhead Unit, which will attack the Chinese strongpoint lying across the main road to Seoul. Tank commanders determine enemy positions and ready their crews for firing. The attack gets underway with the usual preparatory artillery bombardment. Fighting in this sector has been some of the bitterest in the Korean campaign. Key points change hands repeatedly, and gains are measured in yards. The tanks move up to new positions nearer the ridge and continue to blast away at the Chinese emplacements. The enemy returns the fire and scores a near miss on one of our tanks. A South Korean 57mm battery adds its firepower to the assault as the bombardment proceeds to soften up the Chinese for the infantry attack. A South Korean officer calls for mortar fire, and the mortars add their explosive voice to the artillery pounding. Aided by this support, the column brings the full force of its firepower to bear on the enemy-dominated hill. Throughout Korea, during the first week of February, observers are noticing more and more the high morale evidenced by the UN soldiers. With a sure faith in their leaders and confidence in their own ability as a fighting team, the troops of 14 nations forge ahead in the push northward toward the Han River and Seoul. In the seesaw battle with positions changing daily, airdrops keep Allied forces supplied when roadblocks impede ground transport. Few more valiant performances have been given during the Korean War than that of the airlift, which shuttles round the clock from Japanese bases. Cold, everlasting, bone-chilling cold dogs the troops as they stabilize their positions in the South Korean hills just below the 38th parallel. Positions from which they will have every chance to launch counterattacks that take a fearful toll on the Chinese. But, as always, there are the long lines of refugees, seeking desperately an escape from the war that has engulfed their land. Despite desperate efforts by the United Nations to secure a ceasefire from Beijing, they met nothing but a flat rejection. Secretary of State Acheson comments on the latest Red reply.
The reply of the Chinese Communists to the United Nations ceasefire proposal is still further evidence of their contemptuous disregard of a worldwide demand for peace. Their so-called counter-proposal is nothing less than an outright rejection. Once again, the Beiping regime has shown a total lack of interest in a peaceful settlement of the Korean question.
In late February, the Allies made a fresh start. An Operation General Ridgway, graphically called Operation Killer. The Chinese armies held a staggering superiority of numbers, and Ridgway's tactics were simple: cut down the odds. These hill positions anchored the right flank of the enemy's central sector offensive. By commanding the heights, UN troops hoped to flank and cave in the Chinese advance. 4.2-inch heavy mortars join in the barrage. The Chinese held fast to these hills during most of the Allied limited offensive of the last 3 weeks. Now, with the launching of the enemy's counteroffensive down to the central mountains, the Chinese cling tenaciously to this strong hillside which guards the right flank of their drive toward Wanzhou. Observers watch strikes on the enemy hill positions. Under cover of the barrage, the men push up the steep terrain toward the objective. Protected by the thick and tangled underbrush, the Chinese lay down a volume of small arms fire that causes the troops to slow down their advance. During the last 10 days, key points in this hill area have repeatedly changed hands, with Allied gains being held down to a few thousand yards. The troops keep watch for snipers, plotting the course to be followed when the assault resumes. Meanwhile, machine gun positions are set up as they consolidate their gains against a possible enemy counter-thrust. The Chinese lines are strong, and artillery fire is called for to loosen enemy support elements. In spite of the initial bombardment, the Chinese hold firm in their emplaced positions, dominating the heights. The howitzer shells smash lethal punches into the face of the enemy. The steep grade slows the advance. Attacking in battalion strength, the troops move up as fast as possible to avoid enemy sniper fire. Chinese forces have relied heavily on surprise night attacks. Attempting to regain positions taken from them during the day by UN units, the enemy tactics of infiltration and sudden mass charges fit well with the dense foliage. Supporting fire is supplied by heavy machine guns. The attack gets underway. The new assault carries forward to one section of the hill's crest, where UN troops are able to bring fire directly onto the main enemy positions in close, rugged fighting. The attack is turned back. However, at week's end, an all-out drive crushes these positions, collapsing the right flank of the enemy's offensive. By the 18th of February, UN forces seize the initiative again as Operation Killer forges northward in the wake of the ill-fated Chinese breakthrough attempt. On the 10th of February, troops of the 25th Division reached the outskirts of Seoul. The Han River Bridge figures once more in the Korean fighting, and the familiar sign still stands. 3 badly frightened Chinese prisoners are brought in for questioning. Expecting execution, they face only interrogation and removal to PW compounds. Attempting to cross the Han, a patrol is halted temporarily by intense fire from the Chinese occupying Seoul. Later, another patrol managed to enter the city but withdrew after some limited probing. As the action continues with opposing forces dueling from opposite sides of the Han, other UN task forces are sweeping north and west to occupy Incheon and Kimpo. At the week's close, 4 Allied divisions are at the Han, and Seoul is nearly surrounded. Enemy troops give ground slowly along most of the front in the face of spirited Allied attacks. Here in the central sector north of Incheon, 24th Division troops recapture Hill 704. It was taken from them by an enemy assault on the previous night. A prisoner points out nearby Chinese positions. The big guns of the U.S. tanks are prepared for action, and having pinpointed enemy concentrations on the adjacent hills, bring their massed firepower to bear on the stubbornly resisting Chinese entrenched on the slopes. In constant communication with the Fire Control Center, the tanks continue their heavy bombardment. The enemy is blasted relentlessly in preparation for the following infantry attack. Gwangju, a flying boxcar delivers ammunition and supplies to the 10th Corps, which is preparing a new assault against increasing Chinese pressure in the central mountain sector. Supply by airdrop, once an emergency measure, has become routine in Korea. With the spring thaws due soon, and with them the almost impassable Korean mud, these techniques of airborne logistical support will permit continued supply operations. The white-suited ground troops plunge back through the snow toward Gwangju and make their best gains since the fall of Seoul. The repeated patrol thrusts of the forces under General Clark Ruffner continue to keep the enemy off balance. Refugees captured and questioned by the United States forces inform their captors that the Chinese and North Koreans have withdrawn to new positions several miles north of Gwangju. Repeated interrogation by UN officials reveal the information that gave birth to the latest offensive. Columns rush back to Gwangju, strategic rail and road center. The questions of aggression by the Chinese, sanctions, and the ceasefire are still to be settled by the UN and Beijing. For now, the war goes on. Springtime in Korea. During the first week of the Allied campaign, known as Operation Killer, constant rains and the annual spring thaws produced quagmire conditions which do more to defeat advancing UN columns than spotty Chinese resistance. 1st Cavalry Division elements grind slowly northward in the central sector on the heels of Chinese rear guard units. C-119s of the Combat Cargo Command delivered artillery ammunition to the 1st Cavalry in the central mountain sector, where the only troublesome Chinese resistance was encountered. The load was ejected in a compact cluster, resulting in minimum spread in the drop zone. With road traffic mired, airlift operations again paid off to the advantage of Allied forces. Nose fuses are screwed into place at an artillery forward position in the Korean hills. Powder increments are unpacked, ready for immediate use. The chain of supply ends as armored artillery batteries fire outgoing salvos at enemy-held points in the wooded hills. Here, white phosphorus shells pound Chinese positions. Airbursts hurl metal fragments into the enemy emplacements. Since the Korean War began, the UN forces' close and plentiful artillery support has helped to greatly neutralize the numerical superiority of the Chinese. Here, the artillery again softens Chinese defenses, clearing the way for the renewed Allied offensive. The tide of battle ebbs and flows. Allied troops launch a new drive on the South's capital of Seoul. The UN was again on the offensive. Superior firepower drives North Koreans and Red Chinese into retreat as UN forces, after recapturing Suwon, 15 miles below Seoul, maintain a slow but steady advance. Some patrols, covered by tanks, even advance to within 6 miles of the capital. Bitter cold and epidemics take their toll on the enemy as the dogged battle for strategic hills continues. There have been months of this relentless struggle, but the 35th Regiment was still in there pitching, only taking time out for chow and 40 winks. As the tide of battle reverses again, UN forces move steadily forward towards Seoul. Described by field commanders as a limited offensive, the Allies near the outskirts of the much-fought-over capital of South Korea. Under powerful support, the advance takes a fearful toll of North Koreans and Chinese soldiers. Pacing the assault are F-80 and 86 jet planes. They maintain a constant pressure on enemy supply lines. The jets thunder down, spreading terror and havoc amongst the Chinese. It was estimated that they have accounted for almost 50,000 enemy casualties. Department of Defense cameramen follow a plane and graphically record the impact of rockets on supply convoys. But the weapon that strikes the most terror into enemy hearts are the napalm bombs, which sear everything in their path. The jellied gasoline skipping along the ground turns the landscape into a burned wasteland. The railroad station at recently captured Suwon and a ghastly array of dead attest to Allied air power. UN tanks and artillery, which have repeatedly stopped the tidal waves of Chinese and North Korean soldiers, are massed again during the drive on Seoul. The big guns let go on Chinese positions. Digging mines was a tough and dangerous job, but a necessary one. This tank would have been blown to bits had the mine at this spot not been removed. Awful havoc has been wrought by Allied artillery and bombardment. Here are graphic pictures which show how communist supply lines are being cut to pieces. It was a part of the battle of attrition that has seen the enemy sustain casualties as high as 10,000 in a single day in their attempt to split UN lines down the center of the peninsula. UN air power continues its around-the-clock pounding of men and material. Merciless attrition and interdiction sorties prevent the Chinese from consolidating in any large buildup of forces.
Like the Chinese, they were just in mass numbers. I think I walked over 4 miles of dead Chinese slaves foot to foot. I don't know what your count would be in that. And they were laid out on the road sideways, foot to foot. And now, in other words, they really had a lot of casualties.
During the period of the 5th to the 12th of March, the UN attrition offensive moved steadily ahead in the area of the Han River. Across muddy and snow-streaked fields, troops of the 24th Division carry the battle to the enemy with a heavy strike against strong Chinese forces entrenched on the western foothills of Korea's central mountains. Heavy armor of the UN moves up in close support of the 24th Division riflemen. The 8th Army's numerically superior armor enables them to supply Allied foot soldiers with maximum support. These tanks, playing on the superstitious nature of the enemy, are painted with the markings of the tiger. The intensified armor-supported attacks of this kind are moving back the Chinese aggressor along most of the front and are preventing them from initiating any offensive action of their own. Assault troops advance to the objective through dense underbrush, where the communists still hold out despite the heavy artillery pounding. The attack moves to the crest of the hill, and grenades are used to blast the remaining defenders from their deep holes and caves, which enable them to weather the pre-attack pounding. As Allied advance forces secure the heights, reserve units entrench themselves in the valley to consolidate the gains. 3 midweek counterattacks are turned back by the 24th Division here in the area along a river as the Chinese attempt to outflank the 25th Division's salient from the west. Other groups take time out for food and rest before resuming the attack against enemy strongpoints established on the adjacent hills. In preparation for the present assault, a forward mortar position was excavated in the frozen ground halfway up the hill. The mortar was emplaced in this advanced location where it will be able to fire upon the enemy-held high ground. The sights are aligned, and the 60mm begins its explosive attack. A recoilless rifle was brought into action against the stubborn resistance. A machine gun lends its firepower as the advance gets boldly underway. A Chinese prisoner was brought in for questioning after the position was taken in a hard but surprisingly short fight. The POW was uncertain of what treatment to expect, and anticipating the worst, he warily eyes his captors as they execute a thorough search. Slowly but relentlessly, the Allies blast their way forward toward the 38th parallel in Korea, cleaning out nests of Chinese snipers who are fighting a rear guard action. Under cover of concentrated firepower, Operation Killer was taking a heavy toll of the enemy. During the new strategic offensive, General Matthew Ridgway has estimated that Chinese casualties have mounted to a ratio of 60-1 for the UN forces. Daily, the bag of prisoners mounts. These are part of the Red troops who, a few short weeks ago, were engulfing UN forces. Some are only 15 years old. General Ridgway talks over operations with General Bradley and expresses complete confidence in the military situation. While the enemy has sustained hundreds of thousands of casualties in killed, wounded, and missing, Operation Killer has not been without loss to the Allies. On a Yokohama pier, the first American dead are on their way home for burial. Among those paying their respects was Mrs. MacArthur. All the services are represented, and even generals pay their tribute. These Americans have given the last full measure of devotion. Melting snows and torrential rains turned the Korean battlefield into a sea of mud through which UN troops slogged wearily on their dogged advance on the 38th parallel. Every foot was dearly bought through the ooze. One contingent was caught by a sudden flash flood in a dry riverbed. Within minutes, the area assumes the proportions of a lake. Despite frantic efforts with sandbags, the camp was submerged with just the tops of the tents showing. Trucks stall in swollen streams, but even general mud can't halt the UN advance. On the 7th of March, assault troops of the U.S. 25th Infantry Division advanced to the Han River, 15 miles east of Seoul. Elements of the 27th Regiment take time out for food before resuming the advance.
It seemed like you were always going. There wasn't too much time to relax. But when you did, you did pretty well, and they would try to provide good food for you at the time. And this is what I was really surprised about, is that every now and then you really got some good cooking. And I think a lot about that. It was quite a morale booster to have that good chow every now and then instead of just living out of sea rations that I thought would be continually the case.
On the south bank of the Han, an engineer bulldozer clears an approach for a floating bridge to be erected across the river. This bridge will accommodate the medium tanks and other heavy vehicles. The 25th Division crossing begins early. The craft were brought up from the rear during the long period of waiting since the UN troops first reached the Han early last month. Elements of this crossing encounter little or no enemy resistance. Men of a heavy mortar squad prepare breakfast, but remain constantly on the alert. The call comes. The command to fire was given, and the crew swings into action. A tank adds its lethal punch. UN troops examine a deserted Chinese gun emplacement in the path of the advance. A causeway for a footbridge across the Han was constructed. Trucks are brought up to accommodate a greater number of troops in the crossing. Later, they do double duty by taking back Chinese prisoners. A short 2 hours after the initial crossing, U.S. engineers are well along in their construction of a footbridge. This bridge will provide an additional means of crossing for larger numbers of infantry. Two engineers have taken unexpected plunges into the cold water of the river, and men in an assault boat go to their rescue. The accident doesn't seem to dampen the spirits of either man. Soon, the footbridge was completed and in operation. By late afternoon, the entire 25th Division was across the river, and the day's objectives were secured. The bridgehead was continually expanded, and by week's end, patrols are engaged in probing 7.5 miles north of the Han. By mid-March, the renewed UN offensive was rolling steadily forward, nearing the 38th parallel. Members of a 7th Division reconnaissance patrol strike northward through land from which the Chinese forces have been withdrawing rapidly but in good order. The tank-reinforced patrol finds little opposition from the retreating Chinese. Enemy resistance, which had previously been stubborn at many key points, seems to have collapsed in most areas. However, their withdrawal route is studded with anti-tank mines and booby traps. Mine detectors sweep the narrow roads. Engineers repair a road dynamited by the retreating Chinese. The collapse of enemy resistance below the parallel seems to indicate that the Chinese hope to prepare their spring offensive in North Korea unmolested by UN ground attacks. The blasted area was quickly restored, and the patrol continues toward the boundary line. Enemy casualties are low, as the Chinese, pulling back mostly at night, carry out their retreat according to careful plan. In its dash toward the parallel, the patrol passes through many gutted villages, visual testimony of the toll of war. One tank wallows in a stream disabled by an enemy mine cleverly placed at the stream ford. Operating on a strict schedule, the patrol was attempting to reach the 38th parallel and return during the daylight hours. The tank bogs down in midstream and has to be abandoned. Loose equipment and removable armament are quickly stripped from the derelict tank. Near the parallel, enemy rear guard positions are raked with .50 caliber fire. Short of their objective, the patrol finds a demolished bridge blocking further advance and heads back to report on enemy activity. Operation Tomahawk gets underway in Japan. Troops of the 187th Airborne, 3,300 strong, go aboard flying boxcars for what could be the last big action below the 38th parallel in Korea. Tomahawk's mission? To scalp North Korean units trapped north of Seoul. Over Munsan, 10 miles south of the parallel, airborne veterans drift down in a shower of silk. Although most of the trapped enemy had escaped north only hours before, sizable segments were caught in the airborne squeeze. Casualties were remarkably light. Helicopters earmarked to fly out the wounded had little to carry except postcards written by the GIs before the drop, saying, "Having a wonderful time, wish you were here." But in contrast to their humor was the grim business of war in Korea. Bringing the entire Korean conflict into sharp focus, General MacArthur arrives on his 14th visit to the front. Confident that the Communists can never conquer Korea, General MacArthur voiced his willingness to discuss settlement terms. Operation Tomahawk gains 20 miles in one day. Just before nightfall, the first tanks of the 24th Infantry Division link up with the parachutists. Tank drivers poke their heads up through their hatches to have a look around. The task force reorganizes and moves out. While foot troops move up, tactical air makes a coordinated strike at the enemy's hastily constructed fortified positions in the hills. Again, jets deliver one of the most feared Allied weapons, napalm. These gelid gasoline bombs have proved highly successful in flushing the enemy from prepared positions. With air and artillery preparation completed, riflemen take up the assault and overrun the enemy's defensive lines before the Chinese can recover from the shock of the bombardment. This assault moves the UN forces one step closer to the enemy-violated border of the Republic of Korea. The enemy increases his defensive fires, resisting stubbornly, sometimes fanatically, as the area of the 38th parallel becomes a battlefield for the fourth time since the war started last June. A rifle platoon passes through an area burned out by napalm. The only enemy found in this area were charred. An automatic rifleman spots a target of opportunity and opens fire, while a 3.5-inch bazooka team engages in neutralizing enemy defensive positions. As always, there was just one more hill to take before the assault was completed. After the objective was overrun and the units reorganized, the men must fight off the chill of the mountain climate. The serpentine route of the Imjin River creates a land pocket with a natural water barrier on three sides near the 38th parallel. Chinese elements withdraw across this river after abandoning Seoul without a fight. Here on the south bank of the river, units of the 1st Rock Division prepare to cross the Imjin. South Korean troops assemble for the Imjin crossing while their combat engineers bring up the assault boats. Brigadier General Paik Son-ya, commanding general of the 1st Rock Division, supervises the operation, which was planned by his staff officers. Areas suspected of containing hostile forces are plotted by artillerymen. The South Koreans request a fire mission from U.S. forces to support the river crossing. The mission was coordinated, and artillery pieces fire as requested. Immediately following the softening up, artillery fires into the area north of the Imjin. The ROK troops load into assault boats and paddle across the river as enemy small arms fire harasses the operation. Enemy forces on the north bank, scouted earlier by a patrol, are estimated to be in company strength. This crossing was being made near the site where the main Allied supply roads spanned the Imjin last year, when the UN forces were fighting in the Pyongyang area to the north. UN liaison officers observed the activities as the river crossing was executed. The Im Jin was crossed successfully against ineffective resistance from North Koreans and elements of the Chinese 3rd Field Army. This was the beginning of a timed infantry assault deep into enemy-held territory. Here, in an undisclosed area north of Seoul, an attack order was issued for a tank infantry patrol. After the order was given, extra grenades are distributed. During the early dawn of the following morning, armor rendezvous with riflemen. Men of the 3rd Division mount tanks to ride during the initial phase of the patrol's advance. Mission of the tank infantry team: cross the Im Jin River, probe Chinese defenses beyond the 38th parallel, and report back on their positions and equipment. Test enemy strength, but do not become decisively engaged. Withdraw when information is secured. This was a reconnaissance in force. All roads leading into enemy territory are heavily mined. Tanks take to the Im Jin riverbed, shallow here where it crosses the 38th parallel, to avoid enemy mines. Abandoned enemy trucks are found in the river. On the far side of the Im Jin River, the infantrymen dismount onto North Korean soil and prepare to move out. The patrol moves forward over the innumerable hills into which the enemy forces have dug in. Enemy fire was not yet brought to bear on the assaulting troops. An enemy position was engaged. Extra grenades issued the night before now come in handy as the riflemen close with a defensive outpost. After the outpost defenses are overrun, the tank infantry team reorganizes and continues the advance. Incoming small arms fire and mortar rounds are beginning to slow down the speed of the patrol's forward movement. The troops are cautious not to become decisively engaged. Enemy resistance increases as the patrol fights into a small village on the mainline railroad, which runs between Seoul and Pyongyang. Making sure their flanks are protected, the tank infantry team punches into the village and destroys Chinese installations. By late afternoon, this reconnaissance force completes its mission and returns safely to its base. After receiving an order to clear an area near the 38th parallel of Chinese snipers and to search roads for landmines, a patrol from a reconnaissance company prepares for its mission. Weapons are loaded, and a final check of equipment was made. The tank convoy gets underway. This roadway has already been cleared of mines, but men keep alert for enemy snipers. All bridges over streams and rivers have been destroyed by the withdrawing Chinese forces. Tanks ford streams at the shallowest point. Foot troops precede the tanks, searching for landmines. A culvert bridge blasted by retreating Chinese halts the advance momentarily, but not for long. Engineer troops measure the distance to estimate bridging required to span the gully. In no mood to wait, a tank bypasses the wrecked bridge and presses on along a detour. Tonnage of the tank smashes a new road that leads to a small village on the far side. A Jeep in four-wheel drive and shifted into low, bogs down despite a persistent attempt to move through the giant rocks. The much heavier tank returns to smooth out the steep approaches and the rocky terrain. Now, the Jeep moves over the detour and out the other side via the tank-made path. Teamwork pays off. Remember the sign on American roads that says, "Beware of soft shoulder"? Well, here's what it can mean in Korea. Another tank moves up to the disabled one, but can be of no assistance. Crew members sweat it out while their tank balances precariously. Chinese surrender leaflets are found in the vicinity of the disabled tank, and tankers read the propaganda through curious but skeptical eyes. The usual reaction to these propaganda leaflets was the traditional but appropriate nuts. After radioing for a tank retriever, the recon patrol moves on to accomplish its mission. The storm, which has been brewing between Washington and General MacArthur, finally breaks with the news that the Supreme Commander has been dismissed by President Truman. Members of the press leave the conference in Washington to release the world-shaking story, which will affect international policy in every capital. The center of the controversy, General MacArthur, shown here at his Tokyo headquarters, had administered the occupation of defeated Japan and directed the defense of Korea. At the request of the UN, President Truman appointed him to lead the Allied powers in the fight against the enemy in the Far East. In Japan and at the front, he served the nation and the UN with unfailing vigor. His record in previous campaigns brought him an enviable reputation as a fearless warrior. His many visits to the Korean front lines kept him constantly informed of the situation and the movements of the enemy armies arrayed against his command. President Truman flew to meet with General MacArthur last year, and on that occasion, they discussed overall policy and apparently agreed on future conduct of the fight against aggression. General Ridgway now takes over for General MacArthur as Supreme Commander Allied Powers, Commander-in-Chief UN Command, Commander-in-Chief Far East, and Commanding General U.S. Army Far East. In Washington, congressmen voiced their individual opinions of the president's order. Republicans and Democrats alike are forthright in their public comment.
First qualification of a soldier is to be able to carry out commands. General MacArthur seems to be above that qualification. He has defied both the chiefs of staff and a trust placed in him by the United Nations. I commend the action of the president.
I believe that the president's action today in the removal of General MacArthur was a tragic mistake. I'm of the opinion it was caused by the president's failure to recognize the overall communist aggression, that it is global and international. I also feel that it is against the best interests of America.
The president's action shows that he is resolved to stay out of a terrible, all-out war in China, and I agree with him. The matter is so vital to the peace and security of our country and to the lives of millions of America's young men, I hope it may be considered on its merits and not on any basis of politics or personalities.
At the White House, the administration, represented by the president, was seriously concerned. Mr. Truman speaks to the nation, outlining the reasons for his actions.
I believe that we must try to limit the war to Korea for these vital reasons: to make sure that the precious lives of our fighting men are not wasted, to see that the security of our country and the free world is not needlessly jeopardized, and to prevent a third world war. A number of events have made it evident that General MacArthur did not agree with that policy. I have therefore considered it essential to relieve General MacArthur so that there would be no doubt or confusion as to the real purpose and aim of our policy. It is with the deepest personal regret that I found myself compelled to take this action. General MacArthur is one of our greatest military commanders. But the cause of world peace is much more important than any individual. The change in commands in the Far East means no change whatever in the policy of the United States. We will carry on the fight in Korea with vigor and determination in an effort to bring the war to a speedy and successful conclusion. The free nations have united their strength in an effort to prevent a third world war. That war can come if the communist rulers want it to come. But this nation and its allies will not be responsible for its coming. We do not want to widen the conflict. We will use every effort to prevent that disaster. And in so doing, we know that we are following the great principles of peace, freedom, and justice.
General of the Army Douglas MacArthur comes to his headquarters in Tokyo for the last time. Next stop, Hawaii, and then the United States, the homeland he has not seen for 14 years. There are many important matters on the agenda that must be resolved before the general takes off. Prior to his departure, his successor, General Ridgway, arrives for a conference. General Ridgway takes over the several commands in the Far East for the UN and the United States. Before he leaves his home at the American Embassy in Tokyo, General MacArthur was honored by a visit from Emperor Hirohito. The emperor drove from the imperial palace to the residence of the former supreme commander, a courtesy that was without precedent in the history of Japan's rulers. The Japanese people, thousands of them, gathered to wish Godspeed to the man who directed the American occupation of their country for nearly 6 years. He was escorted to the airport for his departure to the United States, and his command was on hand to wish him happy landings. As he takes leave of the nation to which he taught the principles of democracy, he was accorded a 19-gun salute. Here was another record to mark up on the scrolls of history. Only General Pershing ever received this mark of respect prior to General MacArthur's leave-taking from Japan. After the formal ceremonies, Japanese and other dignitaries gathered to pay their respects to their one-time foe and sincere friend. Mrs. MacArthur and their 13-year-old son, who has never seen his native land, share in the goodbyes. The general's plane, the Bataan, heads home, where a warm welcome awaits. After 14 long years, General MacArthur comes home, preceded by Mrs. MacArthur and followed by 13-year-old son Arthur. The hero of the Pacific debarks at San Francisco to deafening cheers. Governor Warren of California has a warm welcome for the man whose dismissal has stirred the nation. Mrs. MacArthur and her son, who charm the crowd, share the limelight in a throng which all but overwhelms the general in its enthusiasm. All political aspirations were firmly rejected by the Pacific commander. A little Korean miss sees General MacArthur drive off to receive an ovation from the city whose earthquake and fire he helped fight 35 years before. A joint meeting of the two houses of Congress is assembled to hear General MacArthur state his case on the Far East policy. He receives a tumultuous welcome as he was greeted by Vice President Barclay and Speaker of the House Rayburn. They applaud a great soldier and patriot who opens his address with characteristic candor.
I address you with neither rancor nor bitterness. In the fading twilight of life, with but one purpose in mind, to serve my country.
The applause of members subsides as the general points out the vital necessity of retaining Formosa in the chain of Pacific defenses that will keep war from United States shores.
For that reason, I have strongly recommended in the past, as a matter of military urgency, that under no circumstances must Formosa fall under communist.
4 major points are the keystone of his defense policy. Permission to bomb Manchurian bases, blockade of the China coast, logistical support of Chiang Kai-shek's troops in an attack on mainland China, and the retention of Formosa. His military appraisal of the situation.
From a military standpoint, the above views have been fully shared in past by practically every military leader concerned with the Korean campaign, including our own Joint Chiefs of Staff.
An old soldier delivers his touching valedictory.
When I joined the Army, even before the turn of the century, it was the fulfillment of all my boyish hopes and dreams. The world has turned over many times since I took the oath on the plain at West Point, and the hopes and dreams have long since vanished. But I still remember the refrain of one of the most popular barrack ballads of that day, which proclaimed most proudly that old soldiers never die. They just fade away. And like the old soldier of that ballad, I now close my military career and just fade away. An old soldier who tried to do his duty as God gave him the light to see that duty. Goodbye.
It's MacArthur Day in New York. The big town makes it a 5-star welcome for the 5-star hero of the Pacific. The world's greatest city says, "Welcome home," with the greatest demonstration in its history. Mrs. MacArthur and young Arthur share with him the cheers of the multitude. A carelessly tossed match ignites a pile of ticker tape just after the general's car passes. A veritable blizzard of paper was a full measure of New York's enthusiasm. East side, west side, all around the big town, they form solid walls of humanity for 37 miles along the homecoming route, and the weather was perfect. Just about everybody was out today, an estimated 7.5 million men, women, and children. City Hall Square was jammed. From the mayor, a scroll and a medal, tokens of New York's affection and esteem. Washington Square was a march of triumph for a returning soldier. It tops all other demonstrations in the demonstrative city's long history. And General MacArthur said to New York, "You have made me feel that I am indeed home." The change of leadership in Korea brought on by the sudden dismissal of MacArthur makes little difference to the GI and his UN allies at the front. For them, the war goes on, uninterrupted by high echelon changes of command. It's a walking war, too, against a foe well entrenched in mountain positions. The artillery was called on to blast a path for the ground forces. By keeping the offensive, they hoped to keep the Chinese off balance, stall the long-awaited spring offensive. Plenty of firepower was an effective antidote to the Chinese counterthrust. It's fast work. The Long Toms really clobbered that hill. South of the front lines, trucks roll into Seoul on a mission of mercy. Food for the city's starving thousands who have seen the tide of war ebb and flow. Good news spreads quickly. Rice for everyone and a square meal assured. Busan, key port at the old beachhead, was the scene of a dramatic ceremony. A permanent UN cemetery was dedicated as a resting place for Dutch and other UN fighters for freedom. French war dead are among those honored here at Busan, as are the Canadians. They fought as free men for a free world. The end may be in sight, but the battle rages on. In the Imjin River area, soldiers of two combat teams quickly break camp. These combat teams are composed of British, Belgian, Filipino, and American troops. What may be the last meal for a long time was grabbed as a report was received of a large enemy force crossing the nearby Imjin. These troops start their withdrawal according to plan. Mortars blast at the approaching communists who threaten to cut off the combat teams. The withdrawal starts south, down the main highway that passes through Uijeonbu to Seoul. Hit by an enemy shell, this UN truck tractor burns. Due to machine gun and mortar fire from infiltrated enemy troops, the convoy halts. The men take cover and wait until the way has been cleared. The The long convoy moves southward again with its cargo of men and equipment. The Chinese offensive was expected, and nothing of use was left behind. En route, battalion commanders discuss the situation. In Huijianbu, a sign aptly states the results of war's devastation on the town. Tanks and trucks race through the battered town to pick up units of the combat team, which are redeployed in a new defense line south of Huijianbu. Later, a battalion of infantry plods wearily through the rice paddies. After fighting off the Chinese all through the night, they slog through the pelting rain to new defensive positions. Their fatigue is apparent in every step. A little more water doesn't seem to matter much as they wade a swollen stream. Full advantage was taken of the chance for a short rest before fighting off the Chinese again. Rain-soaked troops hold rear guard positions covering the withdrawal. This was the third major enemy offensive of the conflict. The first was the initial North Korean aggression last June, and the second, the full-scale intervention of the Chinese on the 26th of November. Allied 155s blast evacuated Huijianbu. Withdrawal continues as UN firepower takes a terrible toll on the Chinese. Further south in Seoul, the last UN vehicles cross a bridge south of Yapyeong. Men of an engineer battalion poured gasoline on that bridge, which has also been mined with TNT. The bridge is destroyed. The Chinese see that their tactics against superior Allied firepower was costing them dearly for each mile they advance. At the end of the first week of the Chinese spring offensive, Allied units withdraw to defensive positions north of Seoul. In the western sector, where Chinese pressure was the greatest, trucks loaded with troops move rapidly south. As soon as defending forces have taken positions behind the Lincoln Line, the final line of defense between Huijianbu and Seoul, engineers plant an extensive minefield. The anti-tank mines are armed as the field is completed. Anti-personnel mines will also be laid. To augment the minefields, barbed wire entanglements are constructed by the engineers. Working quickly, the wire was strung and stretched taut. A 75mm recoilless rifle covers the valley which the Communists must cross to reach the Lincoln Line. Observers of the Republic of Korea Division use this high point to advantage to keep close watch on the opposing hills. Artillery was called for to give relief to a UN tank column under enemy fire in the valley. HE shells blast the distant hills, giving support and cover to the withdrawing tanks. The armored patrol was returning to the Lincoln Line after contacting 2 Chinese battalions. As Allied forces retire to the Lincoln Line, tanks are put into use as defensive weapons. The heavy firepower of the artillery was ready. Tanks wait in emplaced positions to add their forceful punch. In the heart of Seoul, on the grounds of the Capitol building, 155mm howitzers fire a warning at the advancing Chinese. Although earlier the South Korean government warned the populace to leave, almost 500,000 remain in the city. showing confidence in Allied ability to hold despite the growing menace of the Chinese advance. The government was finally forced to order the evacuation. Only then did the people leave. Spring rains turned the Korean countryside into a vast quagmire. Through it, UN troops slogged doggedly and slowly forward to take up new positions against the expected Chinese drive.
We carried the war, not by ourselves, but with tank support, artillery support, and air support. But the infantry is the foot soldier. He takes the hill. He either holds it or gets kicked off the hill. But in the long run, it's the infantry. We call it the Queen of Battle, that carries the war to the enemy and holds the ground.
General Ridgway, the new Far Eastern commander, arrives at the embassy in Tokyo to inspect the honor guard for the first time since he took over his new post. Known as a stickler for discipline, the new commander gives the group of big men a minute inspection. He doesn't stop with an inspection of arms. It goes literally from head to toe. Upon General Ridgway's shoulders has been placed advanced responsibilities for a UN army of almost 300,000 men in Korea, plus the military government of Japan. The free world joins in returning the general's salute and wishing him well at a formidable task. A field hospital in Korea. Full facilities must be available here for the first phase of treatment of the wounded. It's the critical phase. An emergency shipment of blood coming in, whole blood, the doctor's best friend. Oftentimes the wounded man's only chance for life. Donated in New York or San Francisco or St. Louis. Typed, stored, and shipped with the strictest scientific care. It's here where it's needed. After first aid treatment at an aid station, wounded men are brought to the field hospital. Here they're given only the necessary treatment to put them in shape for speedy evacuation to a base hospital, where every benefit of modern medicine and surgery was available. Almost every wounded man has lost too much blood. He needs replacement quickly to overcome or prevent shock, to make his system responsive to treatment or capable of withstanding the shock of an operation. If a wounded man can be evacuated to a base hospital in good shape, he was as good as saved. Troops of the UN forces move along a barbed wire barricade on a ridge near the town of Seoul, part of the line of defense against the enemy in this sector. As further deterrent to the mass assaults of the Chinese, an anti-personnel minefield was planted just behind the UN-held line. Tripwires are adjusted from the stakes to the mines, which have an effective radius of 75 yards. A pressure of 9 pounds against the tripwire will explode one of these lethal traps. Until the minefield was completely sown, each wire was marked by a lightweight plate. On the road bordering the minefield, tanks and infantrymen of a recon company survey the defense line. The next morning, the road was strewn with the bodies of 24 members of an enemy patrol which tried to infiltrate during the night. One enemy soldier still lives. Men of the recon company cautiously moved the wounded man onto the road from the gully. The communist was apparently in great pain, but the combat-wise soldiers, used to the tricks of the treacherous enemy, search him for concealed weapons or possible booby traps. In the shelter of one of the Allied tanks, first aid was given to the wounded enemy soldier. From a vantage point atop a hill, a machine gunner watches the valley below as his assistant adjusts his fire through a BC scope. An observer checks the terrain as a gunner fires at an enemy position in the village ahead. Smoke rises from the battered town. UN troops maintain their vigilance and refuse to give up ground to the Chinese hordes without exacting a heavy toll for every foot of ground. A returning tank brings news that the infiltrating Chinese have been routed from the village. Just north of Seoul, Allied planes smashed Chinese columns massed for an attack a scant 1,000 yards beyond the Allied main line of defense. Pouring down the historic invasion routes from Munsan and Uijeonbu, the communists try to break through to Seoul. Officers observe the effectiveness of UN air power back in the skies after days of rain as it plasters enemy concentrations building up for their much-heralded May Day attack on Seoul. The planes smother the target with machine gun fire, rockets, and napalm.
We had fighters coming in, and we used to call them married men or single men, depending on how low they flew over us, you know, and whether they wanted to go home early or late. But we wouldn't have made it out without the air support. No way. And I really believe in that air cover was the greatest.
Not even the fanatical communist can stand against this sort of coordinated defense. With the full Allied power shattering their formations, the enemy's planned May Day offensive was stalled before it starts. Operating directly in front of forward elements, UN troops in Central Korea, Marine and Air Force planes joined to clear the way for the steady Allied advance. Every strong point was pinpointed by the rampaging Allied planes. A bridge was in the sights, but not for long. Supply columns, railroads, and bridges are systematically wrecked. In Korea, nothing took the place of the Sabre jet.
It was a mighty fine airplane, and we, if you can see this is I belong to the F-86 Sabre Jet Association. That's a big association. There's over 2,000 of us that have flown that airplane, and for most of us, when asked what airplane did we enjoy flying most in our careers, most of them say it's the 86. It was just a completely forgiving, wonderful airplane. And I've flown a lot since then, you know. I've flown the F-100 and I've flown the F-104. They were all good airplanes, but most people will say if they've flown it that they preferred flying that one. You just could rely on it. It was just fun to fly. You sat up in a bubble canopy. You had good visibility. It would turn on a dime. It didn't have any bad tendencies like the MiG did. If a MiG went into a spin, normally it wouldn't come out. I've had a lot of best days, but the one I remember the most, I think, is the one I flew with Joe McConnell, which was on the 18th of May, 1953. And at that particular time, we were trying out a new method. Instead of flying in flights of 4, we were flying in flights of 6. So we were taking off, and we joined up, and number 5 didn't even get off the ground. He had to abort for some reason or other, and his wingman aborted with him. So that left us with 4. And we got up, and the MiGs were there, and so we decided to drop our tanks, and when we did, number 3 got a hung tank. One came off and the other one didn't, so he was at a disadvantage, and he went back with his wingman. That left Joe McConnell and me. And immediately, we saw 2 MiGs higher than we were. They could get higher and heading north, so we chased them. And we had at that time what they called the rule of hot pursuit. If you were engaged in, if you had MiGs in sight, you could chase them across the Yalu, and we did. And we chased those MiGs for 5 minutes. We weren't gaining on them much, and all of a sudden, McConnell pulled his nose up, and I thought, what's he going to do? And he fired. What he was trying to do was hit a MiG which was out there maybe a half a mile to slow him up so that we could get him. And he hit him. So I thought, well, if he's going to, I am too. So I pulled up, and this is the only time I got to fire my guns in anger. I fired at the one I was behind. There were 2 of them. I probably missed him a half a mile, but McConnell hit his and got a credit for a damage for it. But they knew we were there, that you could see him drop a wing, and we knew they were calling for assistance, and it began to show up. And I was looking around like I was supposed to, and finally I called, we got 4 coming in at 3 o'clock. And then I looked over and I said, we got 4 more coming in at 9 o'clock. And I said, there are 4 more coming in at 5 o'clock. And he was still pursuing these 2 MiGs. He said, Roger, he says, tell me when they fire. So all of a sudden I said, we're going to have to break left now. The 4 on the left are firing. So we broke into them. And I said, my God, we must have 30 of them. And he said, yeah, and we got them all to ourselves. Joe McConnell got real famous for that. When we broke, the one shooting, I was on his left, and when we broke, I got out in front of him because I was at 100% power, and I wasn't going to relax any of it. The MiG made the mistake of continuing to fire at me. McConnell did a half roll around him and came down behind him and nailed him, and he said, I got him, he's bailing. And I said, Roger, I see him. That was his 14th kill. And we had to break again because others were firing at us, and I was calling the brakes, and we'd break, to keep them from firing. If you break hard enough, if they try to follow you, they can't pull enough lead to shoot you. If they shoot, the bullets will go behind you, we hoped. The same thing happened again. The MiG that was doing the firing was shooting at me, and I was still out in front in this break. McConnell again did a half roll around him and came in behind him and nailed him. And he said, I got him, he's spinning. And I said, Roger, I got him. That was his 15th, and that made him the first triple ace. There were aces from other wars that had a lot more kills, but the top ace in this country still is Joe McConnell with 16 in a jet. There were probably 7 flights of MiGs. That'd be 28 if there were 4 in each flight that we tangled with that day. And he got 2 of them and that damage, and they didn't get us. So I'd have to say that was probably the luckiest day I ever had in my life.
Awaiting their call to action are the F-51s and jets, which carry the firepower into the air and support the ground forces with pinpoint bombing. They're armed with 6 50-caliber machine guns and 10 5-inch rockets. The planes also carry napalm and iron bombs. In a matter of minutes, the planes take off for the combat zone to do from the air what cannot be done from the ground. Mustang fighters, veterans of World War II, are still preferred for cover by ground forces because they can remain over the lines longer than the faster jets. With speed and accuracy, they dive on the targets, strafing the enemy, bombing and burning him out. Allied units push northward along the entire front as the tide of battle changes decisively in Korea. A tank infantry force takes up the pursuit of the exhausted Chinese who have bogged down in the second stage of their unsuccessful spring drive. The enemy, who has suffered huge losses in men and materials, is retreating toward North Korean mountain strongholds. Withdrawing along a front of more than 100 miles, Chinese units find themselves under constant attack from the well-organized UN troops. Enemy lines of supply and communication are placed under continuous aerial and artillery bombardment. Here, the infantrymen prepare to blast the Chinese from still another hilltop with coordinated fire and high-explosive shells.
But you think all that shell and the planes and everything, that would kill them? And as soon as you get over there, they pop out of the holes. And you say, how the hell did they live through that? They'd be waiting for you.
Muddy roads hamper the UN ground forces as they continue their offensive. The rapidity of the UN advance has cut off many large enemy units fleeing the attack from the south. Artillery crews must service their guns, bad weather or not. This unit, temporarily isolated from its supplies by a washed-out bridge, waits patiently while ammo is in the process of being delivered to its frontline position. An airlift delivery of the artillery ammo has been decided upon, and a break in the weather allows this resupply by air. Once considered an emergency measure, this method was now a routine logistical operation. The cargo planes, which have been dubbed by soldiers the flying A-frames, come over the drop zone, releasing more and more of the vitally needed ammunition. A delay was caused by the strong torrential rains, allowing a great number of the retreating Chinese forces to escape north. But with their ammunition stores being constantly replenished regardless of poor weather, UN artillery continues its heavy pounding of the enemy. The UN offensive was slowed temporarily, but continues moving into North Korea. The USS Philippine Sea arrives at the Golden Gate with a happy crew aboard after 11 months of Korean combat. Lieutenant Tobin was all sharpened up for the festivities. Everybody's plenty happy to be home, and everyone has a special welcome awaiting here. The big carrier broke the record for the crossing between Japan and California, and it's none too soon for families, friends, and relatives as the reunions also go full speed ahead. The men of the Navy's famous carrier Air Group 2 call themselves the carpetbaggers because they've lived out of their sea bags for many months. They're the only group of this kind to complete a second tour of Korean duty. While this scene of happiness was staged in America, another occurs as the destroyer Emerson arrives in Holland after her tour of duty under the UN banner. This was a real Dutch treat. As their comrades in Korea continue to battle against Chinese aggression, Greek soldiers, mostly wounded, arrive at Pyrrhus, the port of Athens. The more serious casualties are transferred to hospitals, while the luckier ones are also cheered by the thousands who follow them through the streets. Worth that long voyage home? You bet. Next day, the veterans are decorated by the king at the tomb of Greece's unknown soldier. No matter where your home port lies, it's a great day when the heroes return. These UN men fought bravely in the cause of peace and a free world. An artillery battery prepares for a fire mission to aid UN forces in their counterattack. the men assemble a newly arrived shipment of 155-millimeter howitzer shells for their powerful weapon. Each shell weighs 97 pounds. After stacking the shells, fuses are screwed on. The breech block is carefully cleaned and oiled during the lull between fire missions. This outfit has fired over 130,000 rounds in support of infantry, expending over 6,240 tons of shells. Here, the artillerymen adjust the springs to balance the muzzle. Acting as a team, the men move swiftly to load the pieces. Last-second fire adjustments are completed, and the big guns go into action. As Allied units move northward, strong emplaced positions are constructed to fend off any Chinese counterattacks. The men await the order to press on and maintain contact with the retreating enemy units. The UN forces quickly adapt themselves to the hilly Korean terrain. Infantrymen conceal themselves with automatic weapons in the deeply emplaced bunkers. The 75-millimeter recoilless rifle is put through a thorough cleaning. Lieutenant General Frank Milburn visits front areas, getting a first-hand view of the pursuit of the fleeing Chinese. The men jump off, continuing their part of the Allied counterattack. UN infantrymen, well armed and well supplied, are capturing large numbers of Chinese prisoners for the first time during the Korean War. During this period, enemy prisoners numbered 10,000, more than 3 times as many as have surrendered since China's intervention. The enemy gives up rapidly the terrain it cost him so much to capture. The advance continues as mine detector teams search for mines scattered in the roads and paths by the somewhat disorganized foe. Out of curiosity, one soldier glances at a Chinese surrender pamphlet purporting to contain pleas of captured UN soldiers. From observation posts, supporting fires directed against Chinese strongpoints. Mortars are set up and zeroed in. The troops strike another heavy blow against the retreating enemy. An air-ground liaison team directs an F-51 strike as the Allies continue to move forward. Talking directly to the pilots, the ground unit helps the planes pinpoint the target. Smoke rises from the burning target as the Air Force helps smash the enemy in North Korea. fire is directed against a small house that harbors the enemy. Chinese prisoners are taken as the troops move down into the valley. A wounded enemy soldier is captured. The troops push on against the Chinese, who hold another hill beyond the valley. A powerful hail of steel is thrown into the enemy hill positions by quadruple-mounted 50-caliber machine guns. With the main Chinese force routed from the hill, the soldiers advance cautiously into the area to mop up possible stragglers. The men pause in their pursuit to eat hot chow that was brought up to them in Mermite cans. The attack continues as the troops drive the last of the enemy force out of the area. A Navy rocket ship loads ammunition for a night mission against North Korea. The purpose of the mission is to impede the southward movement of enemy troops along the coastal roads and blast enemy supply dumps and communication centers. The Navy adds its help to the UN's counterattack as the bombardment begins. Following a year of seesaw struggle in Korea, General Ridgway, UN Commander-in-Chief, calls the Chinese effort to dislodge his troops from the peninsula a hopeless task.
On this first anniversary of the crime in Korea, I find it difficult to understand the motives of the Chinese communist leaders in continuing their aggression. Surely by now it must be clear to them beyond any shadow of doubt that they are incapable, with their own resources, of destroying the United Nations forces in Korea or of driving them into the sea, as they continue to boast they will. It must be equally clear to Chinese communist leaders that the attainment of either of these objectives would be possible only if they were able to secure very large quantities of all types of arms and equipment, including aircraft, artillery, and tanks, and the ammunition, therefore, from their professed friend and ally.
In one of the strongest speeches he has ever made, the president struck at Moscow and its satellites and emphasized his aims on peace and preparedness.
We will never quit in the fight for world peace. The communists have asked for talks looking toward a settlement of the Korean conflict. Those talks are in progress. We do not yet know whether the communists really desire peace in Korea or whether they are simply trying to gain by negotiations what they have not been able to gain by conquest. We intend to find that out. The talks can be successful if the communists are, in fact, ready to give up aggression in Korea. But whatever happens in Korea, we must not make the mistake of jumping to the conclusion that the Soviet rulers have given up their ideas of world conquest. They may talk about peace, but it is action that counts. We hope and believe that we will not have to use the armed strength we're building up. Our aim is to put an end to war. But we know that unless we have armed strength, we cannot put out the fires of aggression that threaten the peace of the world at this time. The aim of this administration is world peace. My term in office is dedicated to bringing us closer to that goal. Our great chance lies in building up such strength and unity among the free nations that the Kremlin will have to drop its plans of aggression and subversion. When we reach that point, there can be peace between the Soviet Union and the rest of the world. They can have peace any time they want it.
The Chinese, of course, did not want real peace. Korea today is still divided, but the conflict was not wasted. It ended Russian hegemony on the Korean peninsula. It more than restored the violated border between North and South, and it left the Republic of Korea with one of the strongest free armies in the Far East. Korea is still very much a hot spot, but at least half of it is free. Lights burned late in the headquarters of the United Nations Command in Tokyo as General Ridgway, heading the forces of the 14 participating nations in Korea, considers military terms under which a ceasefire might be negotiated. The general was authorized to act for the UN in a meeting already agreed upon by communist leaders who suggest Kaesong, south of the 38th parallel, as the conference spot. Even as General Ridgway attempts to speed the date of meeting, the scars of a year of bitter warfare and the scourge of disease spread over the peninsula. The cost of the war on Seoul. Here once were nurtured hopes for a unified Korea. A shell-riddled Capitol building is the symbol of the fierce battle half the world has waged to keep those hopes alive. While men seek desperately for a peace formula, the struggle goes on.
The Soviet people further believe that the most acute problem of the present day, the problem of the armed conflict in Korea, could also be settled. This would require the readiness of the parties to enter on the path of a peaceful settlement of the Korea problem. The Soviet people believe that as a first step, discussions should be started between the belligerents for a ceasefire and an armistice, providing for the mutual withdrawal of forces from the 38th parallel. Can such a step be taken? I think it can, provided there is a sincere desire to put an end to the bloody fighting in Korea. I think that surely is not too great a price to pay in order to achieve peace in Korea.
From the beginning, the Kaesong story was the story of a stalemate. It began in June when Russia's Malik suggested peace talks. And of course, the North Koreans and Chinese volunteers were ready to listen. Kaesong has been agreed upon as a neutral zone of conference. The first representatives, with no rank to exceed that of colonel, leave Munsan, the site of the UN peace camp, on 8 July. They've been instructed to make no commitments for the UN and are limited to establishing an agenda for future talks and to assuring safe conduct for UN delegates during the armistice meetings. They're empowered to come to agreement on what is to be discussed, to make it clear to the communists that the armistice talks must take up military matters only. With this program and these limitations clearly understood, the helicopter bearing the UN representatives takes off from Munsan. At Kaesong, the letter W, which marks the landing strip, was taken to mean welcome. Later, UN reporters insist it stands for the Korean word for stalling. Keep in mind that the enemy had rejected General Ridgway's suggestion that the talks be held aboard a Dutch hospital ship. They requested Kaesong, within their own lines, as a neutral meeting place. Nevertheless, the UN negotiators follow their host to the courtyard with open minds. The uniformed Chinese woman turns out to be not a high official, as was first supposed, but a competent interpreter. She was the only uniformed woman they saw. The town of Kaesong gives the impression of peace and tranquility. Early pictures of the conference reveal nothing of the tension that prevailed, of the long arguments over simple matters of procedure, nor did the UN representatives return to Munsan with much that was significant for the waiting reporters. Their attitude, their poker faces, seems to say only wait and see. But it was later learned that during the first conference and the one on 11 July, the enemy took pictures of UN representatives being stopped at roadblocks by armed soldiers. Those pictures, widely distributed throughout Asia, suggested that vanquished UN forces were seeking peace from their victorious enemy. Totally unaware of this, Admiral Turner Joy leaves Munsan for his first meeting with the North Koreans and representatives of the Chinese, who have given up the pretext of being volunteers and do most of the talking. Admiral Joy was quite willing to have it so, knowing full well that the North Koreans are no longer in a position to make any decisions of their own. The communist negotiators arrived with an attitude of arrogant overconfidence. Even while the first armistice talks begin, armed enemy soldiers are in evidence within the very shadow of the conference room. True, no weapons were drawn, nobody gets hurt, but the propaganda value of these pictures, also taken by the Chinese and distributed throughout Asia, do irreparable harm to the stature of UN forces. The same forces which had in truth inflicted losses on the enemy to a ratio of 100 to 1. However, the first conference ends without incident, without much friction, but certainly without decision. Admiral Joy could only say the talks would continue as long as there was the slightest hope for agreement. But he does not fail to observe the armed enemy soldiers close by the medieval-like castle that was to serve as his villa, an imposing pile of stone inside of which somebody had forgot to put a latrine. Petty annoyances did not prevent the Admiral and his staff from relaxing after this first historic meeting. He was obviously aware that the enemy would bargain with characteristic deliberation whether they truly want peace or only time to regroup their scattered forces. Even at this first meeting with Admiral Joy, the Chinese ignore General Ridgway's request that the talks be confined to military matters. Even when Admiral Joy and his staff returned to Munsan, the door to peace is not slammed shut. It was still ajar. Neither the delegates nor General Ridgway's staff have much to say to the anxiously waiting UN correspondents. But the reporters do learn that the enemy had full press representation at the meeting. The UN correspondents are quickly promised that they will be allowed to attend all future meetings. However, even as the delegates return to Kaesong, accompanied by the press of the some 16 nations with troops in Korea, it seems that the Chinese are preparing a strange welcome indeed. They did not intend to give up the power and propaganda of the single enemy voice crying its slanted news to the outside world. Already in the hands of Chinese was ample evidence by word and picture of how the enemy had distorted the news from Kaesong. For while the conference thus far had not even discussed the agenda originally agreed on because of the haggling of the Chinese, Peking radio and newspapers were avidly reporting each meeting as a failure of the UN negotiators to meet the honorable terms of the victors. This impression had to be corrected. General Ridgway bids goodbye to the correspondents. The general makes sure that all of them have availed themselves of the opportunity to report the true situation at Kaesong. But outside of Kaesong, they encounter a situation that shocks the free world. The reporters are met and stopped by armed enemy soldiers. This commissar of press relations is telling the correspondents of the 16 United Nations that the world will hear of the armistice talks through the truthful communist press. Not in the history of modern ceasefire negotiations has there been such a crude breach of international law and ethics. The Chinese are anxious to have the rest of the vehicles continue without the newsmen, but UN officers refuse to break up the convoy. Further discussions failed to resolve the problem. The enemy refusal to pass the complete convoy is relayed back to Munsan. The convoy was instructed to return if not passed by 0930. At the 0930 deadline, the vehicles turn around and head back to Munsan. They promptly make their report to General Ridgway of the high-handed treatment they had received on the way to Kaesong. The general's decision was immediate and decisive. Within a short period of time, the world was receiving General Ridgway's ultimatum from the lips of his aide, General Allen.
Since the first meeting at Kaesong, your delegation has placed restrictions upon the movement of our delegation. It has subjected our personnel to the close proximity of your armed guards. It has delayed and blocked passage of our couriers. It has withheld its cooperation in the establishment of two-way communications with our base, even though it agreed to do so immediately. It has refused admittance to the conference area of certain personnel in our convoy, which I desired, and for whose conduct I stated I assumed full responsibility. The extension of the present recess and the delay in resuming the conference of our delegations is solely due to these unreasonable and unnecessary restrictions against which my representatives have repeatedly protested. The assurances which I require are simple and few. They include as primary prerequisites the establishment of an agreed conference area of suitable extent, completely free of armed personnel of either side. Each delegation must have complete reciprocity of treatment to include complete and equal freedom of movement to, from, and within the agreed conference area, and complete and equal freedom at all times in the selection of the personnel in its delegation party to include representatives of the press. I therefore now propose that a circular area with its center at approximately the center of Kaesong and with a 5-mile radius be agreed upon as a neutral zone. The eastern limit of the neutral zone shall be the present point of contact of our forces at Panmunjom. I propose that we both agree to refrain from hostile acts of any kind within this zone during the entire period of our conferences. I propose that we agree that the area of the conference site and the roads leading thereto, used by personnel of both delegation parties, be completely free of armed personnel. Should you continue to insist that restrictions are necessary for our personal safety or for any other reason, I propose that the conference site be moved to a locality which will afford the few simple assurances I have specified herein. M.B. Ridgway, General, United States Army, Commander-in-Chief, United Nations Command. That is all.
The Chinese bluff had been called. The general's terms are quickly accepted without argument. On 15 July, the armistice talks are resumed. UN delegates returned to Kaesong with a full complement of reporters, radio equipment, and cameras. From now on, no white flags will be carried to be misinterpreted by the enemy press, and only the agreed-on minimum of enemy MPs are cited. Although the Chinese attempted to belittle the controversy that stalled negotiations, the UN delegation was relieved of the tension created by the ominous presence of the enemy submachine guns. The inscrutable communist delegates gave no indication that they have been caught red-handed trying to pull a fast one. Admiral Joy was hopeful of progress now since the Chinese have made their first definite concession. Though the UN correspondents now have freedom of access, they're hard put to keep busy during the days of 15 to 21 July. The conference produces little that is newsworthy. There was, however, one happy result. For the first time in 53 weeks of fighting, 24 hours passed without one U.S. soldier being killed. It seems evident now that at least the enemy reporters and cameramen are ready and anxious to be friendly. Another conference ends with the Chinese insisting that the military demarcation line must be at the 38th parallel, and they insist on discussing political matters that must be left to the UN Assembly. The Chinese have given the UN negotiators assurance of complete freedom of movement within a half-mile radius of the conference building, and in the neutral corridor from Munsan. Telephone communications are set up from Kaesong to the Munsan Peace Camp. To ensure reliable radio communications, North Mountain near Seoul was selected as a site for the construction of a relay station. This station was part of the radio network connecting Munsan with 8th Army headquarters in Seoul and General Ridgway's offices in Tokyo. The altitude of the mountaintop reduces interference by surrounding hills and increases the effective range of the station. While the ceasefire talks are going on, UN commanders are keeping close contact with the enemy in the field and preventing him from gaining ground. However, it was apparent that the Chinese were staging a large-scale buildup of troops, particularly above Kaesong. There was formal acceptance at this time by General Namile of the principle that hostilities would continue until an armistice could be fully worked out. These armed Chinese being chased from the conference area are forerunners of more who will later march through Kaesong and cause still another ultimatum to be issued. During the week 15 to 21 July, negotiators agreed to list 3 points on the agenda for the ceasefire talks. 1, the physical details of stopping the fighting. 2, the definition of the ceasefire line. 3, safeguards against resumption of the fighting. The Chinese also want to list another topic, the withdrawal of foreign troops from Korea. Admiral Joy refuses to accept this as part of the agenda. After 12 days, the talks in Kaesong were deadlocked over the issue of the ceasefire line. Then the Chinese broke off the talks. In the fall, they were resumed at Panmunjom. Fighting continued. Material was expended daily and nightly in prodigious amounts. Massive supply by air was a new military concept that came to full fruition in Korea. Airlift and airdrop techniques became a major method of supply and a large-scale tactical option. Winter 1952 found the talks at Panmunjom deadlocked over the principle of prisoner exchange. While back and forth along the twisted length of the main line of resistance raged the bitter hill battles.
The first cab, my division, was on the left flank of I Corps. And the parallel, as you know, runs straight across. Well, it dipped down around Panmunjom on the west flank, western flank. And our mission was to push that enemy up to bring our forces and our negotiators, if you will, in a better position to negotiate the 38th parallel. And we found out very quickly that our line of departure was the Chinese main line of resistance. And they'd been there for a year and a half. They've dug in the tunnels and so forth. And our battalion fought for this one hill for 23 days. And we never could get to the top of it. We lost most of the battalion, either dead or wounded. And I was in the rear, ready to come home, I thought. So I asked my battalion commander if I could take a shot and go back up there. I was a company executive officer. And I got up there and I just got lucky. I knocked out a couple of bunkers. I found a Korean grave around the side of this hill. It's a mound above, as you know, the Koreans bury their people sitting up. It's a mound. And I grabbed a machine gun. I reconnoitered it first, and I saw a line of trenches for 200 yards. And it was just busy as flies in there. North Korean, Chinese. And I slipped that machine gun up on top of this grave. I wasn't a brave guy, but I kind of hid behind that mound, and I zeroed them in, and oh, that broke their back. I had a sergeant, black sergeant from Columbus, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Foster, and he kept throwing grenades to me, and I started down the trench, and finally we got 3 or 4 more guys, because they was running back over the hill. They were free to shoot. We had lost so many people. A battalion is up to strength normally is around 750 people. And we were down to about 35 men in that battalion. And we stayed up there. I started about noon one day, and at 1 o'clock in the morning the next day we were relieved because we'd secured the hill. And that was about the size of it.
A new Bunker Hill makes history, this one in Korea. In Allied hands at the moment, U.S. Marines are busy seeing to it that Bunker Hill remains in Allied hands. Enemy emplacements on Bunker Hill get a going over with grenades as the Leathernecks close in for the kill. A dose of their own medicine slows them down, but only temporarily. His machine gun is jammed, but his isn't. And he pins down the Chinese dug in ahead of the advancing Leathernecks. Things are quiet at the truce tents at Panmunjom, not far distant. But on this one small sector of the Korean front, action flares briefly as a Marine detachment carries out its assignment: blast or burn the enemy out of their last remaining foothold on Bunker Hill.
We had a squad, and I was led by a sergeant. I didn't know any of the fellows that were in the squad except the machine gun crew. And we were stretched out in one long line, good many paces apart, very professional. But what we didn't do was check the outpost by, say, maybe a single man with cover going up and looking around first. We went up all at the same time, and before we got up to the tip of the outpost, where there was a trench line that we had dug, along with some sandbag foxholes that we had made, we found out they were occupied, and they had put one over on us and opened up on the middle of our line and killed the machine gunner right off. And those people behind me ran down to the bottom of the hill, and I, and the 5 people in front of me went up to the trench line and stayed there. And then we commenced to play games with each other. They had all the cover, being in our sandbag foxholes, and we had just merely the open trench. And there was a machine gun above us, and we had passed a bunker full with at least 2 or 3 Chinese in it with burp guns and a lot of grenades. So they were throwing up to us and shooting up to us. Well, the machine gun above us was shooting down and throwing grenades in too. So we had pretty busy, to say the least. And it was my job to try to radio in to the main line just what was happening so that they might send us mortar fire for help. And even a tank we had at the top of the main line that could fire if he knew exactly where we wanted him to fire. Well, I was hit with one grenade at the bottom of my feet pretty early. It went through my right foot, and that kept me from running around too much, so pretty much stayed in the one spot. The idea was to try to knock out the Chinese bunker below us so that maybe we could run back to the safety of the cover down at the base of the hill. We couldn't do it from where we were, and so I was hoping that maybe the tank could. He fired one below and one too high, and the third one was right on. And I asked him to fire one more to make sure. And prior to that, I should say also that that's when a grenade came into the trench line, and I covered the grenade with my right side and leg doubled up, which I think was pretty much a no-brainer. I didn't feel like I was going to do this to really be that heroic. Nothing like that ever entered my mind. 2 fellows were about to pick me up to carry me down the hill when he fired another one. Apparently he saw some movement in there, and I didn't expect that 4th round to come. And it knocked out the one fellow's shoulder and the other fellow in the hip. But their legs were still pretty good, so I had asked them or told them that they should try to get down on their own as fast as they could, and I'd try to take care of myself. Prior to that, I should mention that 2 other fellows carried one fellow that was shot straight through the chest, and they took him down. So that kind of left me all by myself. When it seemed to me that it was clear, I managed to crawl down the bottom of the hill myself on my hands and knees, and then I managed to get around into an area that wasn't in anybody's line of fire. And I think I passed out there. I did recover enough to know that somebody was picking me up in a stretcher, and they carried me back to the main line.
Mortar crews blast counterattacking Chinese far below. Fire is zeroed in as the enemy storm the hill. This strategic position has changed hands 6 times in bitter fighting. Helicopters shuttle to and from the fighting, removing wounded and taking them to a UN hospital ship. Prompt evacuation of casualties by helicopter was credited with having saved thousands of lives during the 2 years of the Korean conflict. Once aboard, the wounded received care comparable to the most modern hospital in the land, and defense of the present-day Bunker Hill keeps medical corpsmen on the alert 24 hours a day. Some of the less seriously wounded make it on foot. Movie star Audrey Totter was a surprise visitor to the Mercy ship and does her bit toward raising morale as she makes her rounds of the wards, bringing a breath of home. It's a wintry morning on a remote airfield in Korea as President-elect Eisenhower arrives to fulfill a campaign pledge to inspect the battlefront firsthand. In a 3-day whirlwind tour of the rugged Korean terrain, he sees for himself the conditions under which UN forces are waging their struggle in sub-zero temperatures. Shuttling back and forth in light observation planes, constantly guarded by fighter cover, he was surrounded by a news blackout on all news agencies. one of the best-kept secrets of modern times. A carefully organized blanket of security surrounds the future president as he goes from unit to unit. Accompanying him on his tour was General Mark Clark, Supreme Commander of Allied Forces in the Far East, who was welcomed by his top commanders. It was in meetings like this that Ike was briefed on the actual fighting conditions which face UN troops and seesaw struggle. And here to make the military picture complete is General Omar Bradley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Major John Eisenhower, now on duty in Korea, was assigned to his father as aide during the president-elect's tour of the war-torn peninsula. Ike, who has advocated increasing the South Korean forces, takes particular interest in these new contingents who have proven their mettle. In the wielding of an international army, the general was an experienced observer. As he moves up and down the ranks of soldiers from 18 nations, as always, he displays his interest in all soldiers, regardless of rank. It was from face-to-face meetings with troops in the field and personally assessing the military situation with Allied officers that Ike will base far-reaching decisions on America's part in the UN action. Time out from the fighting was taken for a full-dress review of UN units in the general's honor as he takes the salute. Here he sees the hardcore of the multinational allies who have for 2.5 years withstood the onslaughts of North Koreans and Chinese 3 times their number. Now it's time for chow, and Ike sits down with GIs for some pork chops fresh from the field kitchen. He proves that he hasn't forgotten how to sample the sauerkraut that goes with them. Few know better than the general the value of the morale of a fighting force, on which command decisions must be based, and he confers with his military and civilian advisors on the future course of the war. Still basing his war plans on an expansion of South Korean forces, he visits a cracked division of rocks on a snow-capped ridge where he is greeted by President Syngman Rhee. President Rhee assures the future President of the United States that his country is eager to assume the major burden of its defense. Modernization of Korean equipment and training courses was one of the main objectives of the general's plans. Rock soldiers have already proven themselves on Sniper Ridge, and now, for the benefit of the high command, they put on an impressive exercise. After the maneuvers, General Eisenhower congratulated President Rhee on the performance of his troops. He thanks the president for the Korean flag, which will eventually be displayed in the White House, a memento of an historic mission. Meanwhile, the tidings of Eisenhower's presence draw an estimated 500,000 onto the streets of Seoul. A crowded schedule prevents the president-elect from attending the demonstration, and the vast throng was naturally disappointed. But the mere fact of Ike's visit raises the hope of this war-ravaged people for the future. At the conclusion of his far-reaching 3-day tour, 8th Army Headquarters was the scene of a much-anticipated press conference. 125 correspondents gather in the war room to hear Ike's summation. The general tells of his success in gathering first-hand information on the situation and ends with a message of hope.
As I stated publicly long before we came over here, we came over to learn. We had no panaceas, no trick ways of settling any problems. We came over here to get a grasp of the feeling in this part of the world. They looked at the situation and a better understanding of many factors that will be important to my associates and myself and to everybody here during the months to come. Much can be done, in my opinion, to improve our position. Much will be done.
In Korea, General Maxwell D. Taylor, new 8th Army Chief, tours his command area and inspects the frontline troops undergoing the stepped-up program for putting more South Korean divisions into the field, easing the load on U.S. manpower. Captured enemy equipment was on display here for training purposes. The general gets a good close look at the weapons of the enemy. Then a quick flight to an area of key significance, Koji Prison Island, a propaganda hotspot, but often a hotspot for the men who guard rebellious communist POWs. It's a reminder to the general that this theater of action was the scene of a grim political war, every bit as important as the bitter frontline fighting. In March 1953, the communist world was shaken by the death of Joseph Stalin. His successor, Malenkov, launched what he termed a worldwide peace offensive. Its influence would soon be felt in Korea. Within a month, the communists suddenly took up the Allied standing offer to exchange sick and wounded prisoners. This was Operation Little Switch. Indicated that a ceasefire would come soon. Convoys pass on a Korean road. One carries communists to an unknown fate. The other, UN men to freedom. As the exchange machinery gathers momentum, enemy officers come forward to deliver another consignment of UN prisoners to the custody of Allied officials, a total of 684. From then on, enemy ambulances disgorged the stark proof of man's inhumanity to man. Here are the barely living products of malnutrition, cruelty, neglect, disease. Bearing the marks of the twilight world that was imprisonment by the enemy, they arrive in a grotesque array of clothing. Members of the South Korean Army are taken to their own processing unit, and the story of barbarism and brutality is told again, as dazed and mutilated men grimly await the ministrations of shocked medical officers. One of the bright spots in this grim business was the road back to self-respect, dignity, and the feeling of once again belonging to the race of free men after months of a nightmarish existence. The blessed consolation of religion again was theirs. At a crossroads of history, they take their first faltering steps on the road home. Getting acquainted with civilized food again can be one of life's great adventures when near starvation has been a constant companion. Even as these fortunate ones turn their steps homeward, thousands of others remain in an unknown fate. As truce talks continue in Korea, the UN command takes no chances on Chinese stalling at Panmunjom to mask a military buildup behind the lines. Intensive fighter bomber raids are launched at enemy communication lines and supply depots. Department of Defense films show a group of U.S. Thunderjets in a sortie deep into North Korea, wreaking a path of destruction along supply routes. They pounced on an enemy vehicle caught in the open. Quarter-ton bombs rained down on a supply dump. Another incident, an around-the-clock assault. It didn't end until there was a truce in Korea. Near-zero temperatures ice the decks of the aircraft carrier Oriskany, somewhere in Korean waters. Winter weather doesn't stand in the way of the Navy's air offensive against enemy installations. Neither rain nor snow keeps these airmen from their appointed rounds, a series of hammer blows directed against North Korean coastal communication routes. Department of Defense films from Navy gun cameras show the hard-hitting effectiveness of this airstrike, diving down on roads, railroads, supply dumps, and coastal shipping with a withering rain of rocket and machine gun fire. Another kind of war story from South Korea, a story of kindness. GIs observe the Korean New Year with a visit to war orphans, and they come bringing the most precious of gifts for these war-bereaved youngsters, warm clothing to shut out the bitter Korean winter. It's not just a holiday story, for warm-hearted GIs have been and are carrying on their own personal campaign to help these waifs of war. Letters home to friends and family ask for clothing in small sizes. Formal relief agencies are unable to cope with the problem of helping thousands of war orphans, just good kids who deserve a break. The Central Front in Korea again flames with action as the Chinese hurl human waves against UN positions to be met by massed artillery and rocket fire. 80,000 of them meet a blazing barrage. But when the smoke of battle clears, the grim toll of battle, often hand to hand, was read in the faces of men weary to the point of exhaustion. Here in the rest areas, there was a breathing spell. Time out for the care of the wounded. Serious cases are rushed to field hospitals. Others are given emergency treatment just behind the battle lines. The Battle of Pork Chop Hill, one of the salients of the Allied line, bids to become one of the legends of the Korean War. In Seoul, smartly marching ROK soldiers open a ceremony in which President Syngman Rhee with General Maxwell Taylor presents a citation to the 8th Army. President Rhee, despite opposition to a truce that does not unify his country, has promised to collaborate with the Allies in bringing about a ceasefire after 2 weeks of conferences with Assistant Secretary of State Walter Robinson. After his conference with the president and his chief, the envoy tells the press, "I want to say that we can go ahead and sign an armistice in good faith anytime the communists want to sign." In Korea, 3 years of combat end as UN and communist negotiators at Panmunjom sign a truce. The long war undertaken to stop enemy aggression was over. With fighting ended, a political conference was slated to deal with the touchy problem of unifying Korea and assuring peace. And in Washington, a dramatic evening press conference at the White House sets the stage as President Eisenhower formally breaks the good news to the nation.
We have won an armistice on a single battleground, not peace in the world. We may not now relax our guard nor cease our quest. Throughout the coming months, during the period of prisoner screening and exchange, and during the possibly longer period of the political conference which looks toward the unification of Korea, we and our United Nation allies must be vigilant against the possibility of untoward developments. And as we do so, we shall fervently strive to ensure that this armistice will, in fact, bring free peoples one step nearer to their goal of a world at peace.
Operation Big Switch swings into high gear as each day sees upwards of 400 UN prisoners of war reaching the receiving center at Panmunjom. Some leap unaided from the trucks at the sight of Freedom Gate, but there are others not so fortunate, those who bear the testimonial of wounds and neglect in the prison camps. Others are completely dazed and are restrained from jumping blindly, unable to comprehend it all. South Koreans, most of whom were brutally treated by their captors, are delirious with joy as they reach the haven of Freedom Village. It was a poignant scene with peaks of happiness followed swiftly by those bearing the indelible marks of their recent nightmare. Men who have lost limbs through barbarous neglect in the bitter cold of the Manchurian winters. Rugged Turkish soldiers whose faces mirror the horror of their treatment at the hands of the enemy. The most seriously disabled are rushed to the helicopter landing area for transfer to base hospitals. Already, several hundred of the returned prisoners have been found to be in critical condition. A high percentage have been found to be suffering from tuberculosis. Contrast these wrecks of men to the North Koreans and Chinese returned by the Allies to the exchange point. Well-fed, well-clothed, and defiant after months of humane treatment received in UN prison camps. This was their gateway where enemy officers wait to greet them. Even in the moment of their liberation, the wounded show their defiance and shed the UN clothing provided them during their captivity. This was the fanaticism that was communism in Asia. Some don't even wait to arrive to start their disrobing propaganda act. Enemy guards are at great pains to push the discarded garments into the gutter as soon as the prisoners have crossed the line. A short distance away at Munsan, all was in readiness to give the prisoners their real welcome back to the free world as the motorcade of ambulances rolls up to the reception center. As they pile out of the ambulances, on hand to greet them was General Maxwell Taylor, commander of the 8th Army. In Munsan, they're processed and interviewed, and Secretary of State Dulles arrives to take a hand in the proceedings, possibly to admire the splendid crop of whiskers on Corporal Dwight Cox. Secretary Dulles then personally interviews Corporal Raymond Shepard on his experiences during his captivity. They have blood-chilling tales of brutality, starvation, and incessant brainwashing to tell their officers. The nightmare was over, except possibly for the 2,000 or 3,000 Americans that General Mark Clark asserts are unaccounted for. Their absence casts a shadow over Operation Big Switch.
After we were captured, they took dog tags and, like I say, anything we had. And so the guys that we buried, if we didn't know them personally, or what outfit they were from, they became a missing in action. So there's a lot of the guys that we buried in Camp 5 up there that are still listed as missing in action.
An armistice, however, was only a ceasefire, not peace. So in this divided nation, the need for constant watchfulness, unending preparedness still remains and continues into the 21st century. This is true anywhere on Earth where people face an aggressor. "50 years since the start of the war, the Korean conflict lingers on without a full solution. Will a lasting peace ever come to this divided land? For the sake of the soldiers and sailors who died there, we can only hope and pray."
All the guys had the same feelings, you know, like that they'd rather been somewhere else. Naturally, nobody in their right mind would say, "I'm glad I'm here." But we had a job to do, and we did our job, and there was an awful lot of GIs that were killed, captured.
I guess what I'm saying, my feelings, my soldiers that died there, it wasn't in vain.
But I'm not ashamed to tell you that after over 47 years, I still have some nightmares occasionally.
We feel pretty proud of the job we did. Could have been better, but not that much better. They didn't win. That's the main story. They didn't win.
Our guys just went back home, went back to their jobs, and faded into the society of our country. So in that sense, there wasn't a lot of attention given to it. We didn't have TV. It wasn't in your rooms or living rooms every night. So it was forgotten. But the guys that fought it will never forget it.
Korea today is still divided, but the conflict was not wasted. It ended Russian hegemony on the Korean peninsula. It more than restored the violated border between North and South, and it left the Republic of Korea with one of the strongest free armies in the Far East. Korea is still very much a hot spot, but at least half of it is free.